primordial villain with a slave harem. I'm bored. So incredibly bored. As I walk down the street toward my home, the rain taps a rhythmic beat on my headphones. It's atmospheric, sure, but it doesn't change the fact that everything feels repetitive. The cold air bites at my skin, and each droplet that hits my face feels like a small nudge, reminding me of my monotonous existence. Despite having a good job and a decent life, there's something missing. Everything feels like it's on repeat, a loop of similar experiences. I need something more. A challenge, a change, a break from the routine. I've tried to find it in various ways, but nothing seems to stick. I've tried dating. I was quite successful at it, at least compared to my two friends. I've been on more than 24 dates after chatting up a few ladies. After a while I realized that each conversation is a regurgitation of the same themes, just voiced by different faces. Complaints about work, frustrations with family, plot of the newest N***Flix show, and vague plans for the future that sound strikingly similar to everyone else's. It's like I'm stuck in a loop, where each interaction blurs into the next, lacking any real spark or depth. I don't really blame my dating partners, though. It's not like I can offer anything more interesting. The real culprit is the world itself, which is just so overwhelmingly boring. Career? A 9-to-5 grind that eats away at my soul. Every day, I'm shackled to a desk in a beige-walled office, surrounded by the clatter of keyboards and the hum of fluorescent lights. The monotony is suffocating. My power-tripping boss is a constant presence, perpetually breathing down my neck to make sure I don't forget my place in the pecking order. I utterly detest every second of it. Sure, it pays the bills, but at what cost? My time, energy, individuality, and joy my life. I want to be my own boss. I want to explore and go on adventures. I want to meet unique, interesting women. I want power, personal might. I've always been drawn to stories where personal strength leads to something more than just a routine existence. Worlds where people can change their destinies through sheer determination and skill. And I don't mean it like Ains, getting straight up teleported into a level 100 avatar with a devoted cast of servants. I don't need that, or rather, I don't want that. I want to achieve everything with my own strength. Even if it has a high possibility of me dying in a ditch, I would still jump at the chance to try myself. Oh, there's a puddle in front of me. I have to go around it, or my Kobe Black Mamba edition sneakers will get wet. Fuck it. I'm very moody at the moment anyways. I step into it expecting a splash. Instead, the ground gives way beneath my feet, and I fall. Keep falling. Why am I falling? It was a small puddle made of rainwater. How is this possible? Wait, this is just too much of a coincidence. I just wish to be taken to a different world, and immediately afterward, this illogical shit happens? There's no way you can convince me that this isn't related. My excitement subsides as I start drowning. I'm in a puddle of water after all. Well, I say water, but is it really water? It's black, and now that I think about it, the texture is way different. Slimy and a lot less liquidy, almost solid. Quest. Survive through the agonizing pain for a minute. Reward? System. Is this really happening? All I asked for was a chance, and albeit very random and dangerous, I did receive it. I will not fumble it. 1 minute. Easy. As soon as I say that, I puke blood. My organs are bleeding. My bones are breaking. My skin is tearing. So the quest wasn't as simple as I had thought. Fuck me. This pain is agonizing. I'm just a normal guy. Throwing such a challenge at me without warning is just plain cruel. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. I can't move any of my limbs because all my bones are getting pulverized. I can't see because my eyes literally melted. I can't even feel the slimy texture because my skin peeled off from my muscles. Speaking of muscles, they are also getting torn to shreds. Something is wrong with my brain too. It feels all mushy. Let's not even mention my heart. It's like 1,000 needles are piercing it. How am I still conscious? How am I still alive? I don't know. I don't understand. All I can do is try to survive. I grit my now non-existent teeth and bear with it all. I asked for this. Well, something like this. I asked for a world of the supernatural. I'm clearly getting it, albeit in a very twisted way. Visions flash through my mind, glimpses of a world far beyond my imagination. Towering mountains crowned with ice, dense forests teeming with life, and ancient ruins whispering secrets long forgotten. A world ripe for exploration, brimming with potential and peril. Amidst the chaos, memories surface unbidden. My parents' faces, their kind smiles and words of encouragement. I hope no one will capitalize on their warm hearts to scam them. I hope my two nerdy friends will finally get some puss. God knows they need it. Unknown amount of time passes. Seconds, minutes, hours? I can't tell. The pain is finally subsiding. I no longer hear tearing and breaking anywhere. I can move my arm around. I can feel my legs. My feet are planted on solid ground. The darkness begins to recede, replaced by a dim light that grows steadily brighter. Shapes take form, and I find myself standing in a vast, open space. The air crisp and clear. The sky above is a deep, endless blue, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. You've succeeded in completing the quest. You've been reborn as a primordial. Huh? I did it. Phew. Hardest minute of my life by a long shot. The race name sounds cool too. I open my eyes and examine my body. The first thing I notice is that my arm hair is gone. With a jerk of my hand, I touch the top of my head with great anxiety. Phew. I still have my head hair. I don't have anything against bald dudes. Not at all. But I prefer to have my lush short dark hair. It was one of my best features according to the ladies. Picture. I flex my muscles. I don't feel much difference. I certainly didn't become a sudden level 100 superhuman. My clothes are also not bloody, unlike what I would expect after the event I've just gone through. Perhaps that black liquid absorbed it. Now that I take a better look at my body, not much has changed. Less hair, less body imperfections in general like freckles, and my mole from my right hand is also gone. I grab my belly. Oh, now that is new. I became slightly leaner. I wasn't even close to being considered overweight before, at least by Western standards, but my stationary lifestyle did allow me to gain some unnecessary fat. Now that I think about it, I also feel better in general. Faster thoughts, more energy. No pain in my shoulder where it used to hurt a lot after getting injured during a basketball game. My height didn't change from what I can tell. I'm probably still 185 centimeters, 6 feet 1 inch, tall. Looks like my body was restructured by that agonizing process. If there's a system, maybe I also have those screens that keep track of my progress with levels? Status. I say with a commanding tone and imagine myself opening a status window like that of an RPG. Something pops out in front of me. I instinctively move my hand to it, and it phases through. It's not a physical construct. Likely only I can see it. Perhaps it's a projection from my mind. I also imagine closing it, which succeeds, and open it again with only a thought, which again is a success. I thank all that is holy that I don't have to say this stuff out loud. Name dash race primordial title dash primordial level 1 XP 0/100 primary class commoner LVL 1 secondary classes 1 2 3 dash vitality 11 strength 10 agility 10 intelligence 10 wisdom 10 Why don't I have a name? Does it want me to decide what to call myself? Don't mind if I do, then. My name shall be Quinlan Noir henceforth. Name Quinlan Noir. Race primordial. Title dash primordial level 1 XP 0/100 primary class commoner LVL 1 secondary classes 1 2 3 dash vitality 11 strength 10 agility 10 intelligence 10 wisdom 10 unused skill points 0 unused attribute points 0. As I'm looking, I notice that I also have health and mana meters. Health points 110/110 mana points 100/100. I don't know how health points work in this game-like reality though. What if I lose an arm? Do I still regenerate to 110 HP after a while? Do I have less maximum HP? Or does my arm regenerate somehow? There's a lot of stuff that requires further investigation. Cool. Now let's see, how do I ask for descriptions? Just as I thought that, an additional screen appeared. Primordial. A unique race believed to be the ancestors of all others. Primordials are unmatched in adaptability. Gain 3 additional class slots, and each class gains experience at 3x rate. Only the primary class gives attribute bonuses. Gain stat primordial level, which also receives the 3x increased growth rate. Increase primordial level to gain skill and attribute points. Gain the ability to swap classes in and out by a simple thought. Wow, that is one hell of a starting gift. It doesn't make me OP from the start, but it gives me some amazing advantages in the long run. I'm a late game scaler, just like my preferred playstyle in a certain video game where one needs to destroy the enemy's nexus. Commoner. Starter class. Effect. Minor vitality increase. Base skill. None. So that's why my vitality is 11 instead of 10. Looks like minor increase amounts to a 10% buff. Now the question to ask is, how do I gain more classes? I hope I don't have to pay someone big bucks to tutor me for years. Before I can further marvel at the new stuff life has thrown at me, I hear a loud screeching sound. Scree. Kya. Goblins. Father. On it. Hide inside. Pumpkin. Oh boy. A starter scenario? It wants me to kill the goblins and gain the favor of traveling merchants? Maybe they will let me move with them to the nearby town and introduce me to how the world works and other basic stuff. I move slowly through the forested area. I don't want goblins to catch me. I can't properly defend myself with my fists alone. I don't even have armor. I'm still in my hoodie and trousers. The sounds of clanging, shouting, and screaming are becoming louder. I'm getting close. I slow myself down even further and move as stealthily as possible. What, did you think I would rush out there and play hero? Throw away my one chance at a life I yearned so vehemently for? Hell no. I don't have a savior complex. I finally reach the scene of action as I peek from behind a sturdy tree from 100 or so meters away. Cozy, safe distance. Well, the merchants aren't winning. One guy is sitting on the road, clutching his hands at his bleeding throat. There's one man still fighting the dozen or so goblins. And let me tell you, these creatures aren't the prettiest bunch. They remind me a lot of what I've seen in that manga, Goblin Slasher. Was it? Ha! He shouts as he lunges forward with a spear. He impales one of the little green fuckers. The rest mercilessly gang up on him, hitting, biting, clawing at his skin. Their rusted weapons pierce his flesh. He cries out and then falls to the ground unceremoniously. Only 2 armed defenders for a merchant carriage? What cheapskates. Yep, here it is. 2 women are getting dragged away. Of course, they are not getting killed. I wonder which one Pumpkin is. Probably the younger one. They are screaming and crying at the top of their lungs. There's no gender equality in this world either. Though it is very highly debatable which of the 2 genders drew the short end of the stick. My vote is on the so-called fairer one. After listening to some of their barely discernible yells, I now know that they are the wife and daughter of the first man that fell. Poor dude is still sitting there with a cut throat, watching his life fall apart. He opens and closes his mouth, but nothing comes out besides more blood. He is getting very pale until he finally falls to the side completely, devoid of life. I imagine that the women are getting taken away because the goblins lack cooks and maids, so they got themselves hired. Yep, nothing worse is going to happen to them. For sure. Man, medieval fantasy worlds just hit different. Do I feel guilty for not stepping in? Yeah, a bit. Will I lose sleep over it? Nope. I have no weapon, no armor, and no training. I'm a level 1 commoner. I'm not naive enough to think of myself as the main character type of guy who would be saved by plot armor even if he fucks up. I've not been sent here by some deity to save the world or anything. At least, I wasn't notified of my God-given mission. Thus, I will live my life as I think best, which is to survive and grow strong smartly, not by jumping into scenarios where I have little chance of success. The goblins are retreating with the thrashing women holstered over their shoulders. They are moving in a straight line toward what I can only assume to be their little hidey hole. I'm not sure where exactly that might be, likely some barbaric burrow or cave perhaps. The little green creatures really don't seem to have enough brain cells to construct buildings. They appear to be very primitive with only their tribal loincloth hiding their little peckers. After they disappear from sight, I wait several minutes before cautiously approaching the carriage. Unsure of the goblin's sensory abilities, I must tread carefully. It would be a shame to leave all the valuables here now, wouldn't it? My heart aches at the thought of some useless city lord getting their grubby hands on it. I must liberate these properties and distribute them to those in need. Namely myself. I'm kind of a Robin Hood. No, I don't wish to linger here for long. The goblins might come back once they realize that they forgot to pillage, or others might arrive. The last thing I need is to be thought of as the perpetrator or perhaps an opportunistic scavenger. Well, the latter is exactly what I intend to become now, but others don't need to know. I walk up to the father merchant. Damn. Seeing a corpse up close for the first time hits way harder than I expected. I'm struck with the pure cruelty and brutality of those sadistic creatures. Could easily be me on the ground if I'm not careful. This further reinforces my thought that I must play everything smart and not be a gung-ho hero. He still has his armor and weapon. The goblins were too preoccupied and overeager with their live captives to loot properly. I examine the sword. Looks very bland to me, though I'm no professional. Since the merchant only had one hired guard, it is fair to assume that they are not holders of legendary grade treasures. Pity. I focus on the item and try to examine it again. A window appears this time. Iron sword. Rarity. Junk. Skills. Empty. Better than nothing, I suppose. I lift it and the weight surprises me. Heavier than expected. I do some slashes in the air, imitating movements I've seen in movies. I must look like an idiot, flailing this thing around. Gotta start somewhere, though. I jump onto the carriage and take a look around. There are 4 wooden crates and 2 wooden barrels. I go through them, eager to inspect my new properties. They are ownerless now, no? I must make good use of this gift. The first crate has fresh produce in it. I see carrots, potatoes, and corn. I don't know how much these are worth, but I imagine they won't make me rich. The second is filled with bread. Well then, moving on. The third has some wooden carved figures. Most of them seem feminine in very revealing clothing, if any at all. I can imagine what they are used for in a world where there's no internet and hubs to search for frustration-venting materials. The last is filled with neatly made textile items. If I'm not wrong, they are made of wool. They give a nice feel when I touch them. Very comforting. I can see hats, gloves, scarves, blankets, and more. I figure this box is the one holding the most expensive items. Though perhaps the wooden figurines might be a contender, I don't know how starved the males are in this world. Maybe they are in short supply. I can easily see people having large collections of them in various compromising poses and revealing clothes. I move on to the barrels. The first is filled with flour. The second with some ale. Smells disgusting. I wouldn't pay for such quality in a bar, that's for sure. I'm somewhat disappointed. They could have been filled with better stuff. I remind myself that beggars can't be choosers. Thus I accept them with gratitude. I bow towards the dead merchant multiple times while clapping my hands together. May you rest in peace. Next to the crates I find a bag. It is filled with food portions and a waterskin. I imagine these were their own provisions for the trip. I holster the bag over my shoulder. New class unlocked. Thief. Hey, it's ownerless. What's your issue? Fuck. Realization hit me then. The women are still alive. That's why I didn't get this class when I grabbed the dead guy's sword from the ground. I inspect the class details. Thief. Basic evil class. Effect. Minor agility increase. Base skill. Lesser stealth. I focus on the skill. Lesser stealth. Makes the skill user slightly harder to detect. More effective in dimly lit areas. Activation. Uses 30 MP and lasts for 20 minutes. So this is not one of those hide in plain sight OP abilities. Better than nothing, that's for sure. I equip it as my primary class, making commoner secondary. my vitality decreases back to 10 and my agility goes up to 11. As far as I can tell, there's no drawback to having a class that is of criminal origins. At the very least, I didn't get a notification of a bounty being placed on my head or something along those lines. I continue on with my process of liberating items from those that no longer need them and giving it to those that are in need. The guard spear is also a simple iron one as well. I try taking their armor off their bodies, but I don't know how, and I'm very close to puking from their odor and general state of being dead. I will probably get used to this soon, but since the armors are bloody and look to be made very poorly, I stop fiddling around with them. Inside the merchant's coat pocket, I found a small leather pouch. It is holding 24 copper coins and 3 silver ones. I don't know their worth, but hard cash is always welcome in my books. One by one, I lift the crates off the carriage. Man, honest work sure is backbreaking. I start sweating under the merciless gaze of the sun. I take my hoodie off and tie it around my waist with its sleeves. I would love to just get on the carriage and drive it, but that would get me in trouble in record speed. What if they ask me where I am from? I don't know a single settlement's name. I also must look suspicious to these ragwearers with my high-quality apparel that is clearly not manufactured with methods available in such a primitive world. What's more, I can't even drive the carriage. I take a glance at Mr. Merchant. It would be smart to take his clothes and equip them instead of my 21st century modern apparel, but you will never catch me looting a corpse's bloody rags to wear them. Nope, zero chance. Well, I did take the merchant's belt, which also hoisted the sword's scabbard in the end. Holding the sword in my hand for who knows how long wouldn't be ideal. Then I take the crate which holds the textiles to where I was hiding while watching the scene. After thinking a bit, I decide to take them even further away, as I don't know if the guards or police or whatever it is they call them here would investigate the surroundings. After some searching, I found a nice hole that is surrounded by bushes and other forest foliage. I grunt as I place the box down. It really is heavy. On a positive note, I made the discovery that my new body is much better than my old one. I regain my strength faster. I sweat less than I should. My back and arms, which were hurting a bit from the strain of this laborious activity, quickly regained their full vigor. Amazing. The process takes about 15 minutes per box. Give or take a few. Every time I move back to the road, I wait half a minute while still hidden to check if anyone is coming. I put 2 wood figurines and 2 textile products, 1 hat and 1 glove, into my bag to take with me. I intend to ask for their worth in a bigger settlement. I hope I can find the next one today. Once I'm done, I place some fallen leaves and branches on the boxes for good measure. Sadly, I don't have a shovel to bury them with dirt. I can only hope no one finds my valuables. Thief LVL 1-2. Oh, nice, I got a level up. It didn't appear when I took them off the carriage, only once I secured them in a hidden spot. It is then safe to assume that simply stealing stuff is not enough. I need to secure my new loot. Of course, that is if I wish to level up my thief class. Stealth is OP and, well, I'm very happy to steal from the undeserving rich. I'm somewhat of a Robin Hood after all, without the redistributing to the masses part. I would certainly rather be a thief than a farmer or construction worker. For one final time, I return to the carriage. I pick up the guard's spear, and upon closer examination I realize that his helmet is still usable and, most importantly, spotless. I strap the helmet onto my head, feeling a slight comfort knowing I have some bare-bones protection now. It's not a perfect fit, but it will have to do. With the spear in hand, I look around the scene one last time. The blood on the ground is already attracting flies, and the forest is eerily quiet. I need to move quickly. I don't want to linger here any longer than absolutely necessary. I decide to remain hidden in the forest and travel through the trees rather than walk on the road, moving slowly and cautiously. My goal is to find a settlement where I can assess the value of my newfound items and possibly purchase some essentials. The sun is still high, so I should have enough daylight to make some good distance. As I walk through the forest, following the road from a distance, I can't help but think about the events that just transpired. The brutal reality of this world is a stark contrast to my previous life. Yet, there's a part of me that feels an immense sense of exhilaration. The physical vitality of my new body, the thrill of potential danger, the mystery of this world's mechanics, and the potential to become an incredibly powerful individual. All of it combines to create a sense of purpose I've never felt before. This is exactly what I was wishing for years, what I was so greatly missing. After a couple of hours of walking, I spot a large, imposing structure in the distance. As I get closer, I realize it's a town, fortified with sturdy walls. It looks well defended, a stark reminder that danger is never far away in this world. I slow my pace, deciding it would be best to observe from a safe distance before making any decisions. I find a hidden spot in the forest where I can watch the town without being seen. The town is bustling with activity. I can see people moving in and out of the gates, merchants with their carts, and guards patrolling the walls. It's a lively place, but also intimidating for someone like me, who knows little about the world and has no established identity. I spend hours observing, my mind racing with possibilities. What kind of story should I come up with? A wandering traveler looking for work? A displaced villager seeking refuge? Perhaps I could pose as a simple merchant, though my lack of goods and experience might give me away. The town is big enough that blending in should be possible, but I need to be careful. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest and town, I know it's time to make my move. With the guard spear in hand and the helmet strapped securely on my head, I step out of my hiding spot. The town's sturdy walls loom ahead, dark and imposing against the twilight sky. I approach cautiously, sticking close to the tree line until I'm within a few hundred meters of the gate. From this distance, I see the guards switching shifts. Perfect. The transition period means they're less attentive, more focused on their own routines than on a lone traveler approaching. My heart pounds as I walk toward the gate, trying to appear non-threatening. The guards chat amongst themselves, barely glancing in my direction. I clear my throat and raise my hand in a friendly wave. "Evening, traveler." One of the guards calls out, stepping forward with a lantern. "What brings you to Aldoria?" "Aldoria, I think, good to know the name of the town." "Good evening," I reply, keeping my voice steady. "I'm a wandering traveler, seeking work and a place to rest. My name is Quinlan." The guard eyes me suspiciously but nods. "You're not the first migrant we've seen today. It's been a busy night. Where are you from?" I conjure up a rather relatable story. "I come from a small village far to the north. My older brother inherited everything, and after a big fight, I decided to leave and seek my own fortune. I've been traveling the country since then, stopping at settlements along the way. A few days ago, I was told Aldoria is a good place to find work, so I decided to try my luck." The guard seems to accept my explanation, albeit grudgingly. "Fair enough. We could use all the help we can get. Head on in, but don't cause any trouble. No entry fee? Unexpected." Just then, another guard grabs my shoulder. "Excuse me, sir. My comrade is new. He used to work as a knight but got demoted for bad conduct. He forgot to tell you first-time entries must pay a silver coin, which grants you a lifetime certificate of free entries. Of course, unless you become a merchant." I knew it was too good to be true. "1 whole silver? Isn't that too much?" He looks at me, dissatisfied. "It is what it is, my good sir. I don't make the rules, nor am I willing to bend them for you." I nod reluctantly. "Before I pay, can you tell me how the wages are in the city? I don't want to part with a silver coin just to face harsh living conditions." Last I checked, a construction worker earned about 50 bronze coins for a day's work. My friend runs one such company. I can tell you the directions if you wish. He has a good name. You won't find a more fair employer. Hauling bricks for 12 hours earns that much. I really want to ask how much bronze a silver coin is worth. I hope it's 10 and not 100. I have an inkling it's 100. Though I don't dare ask, it would instantly blow my cover. "Can you tell me how much a loaf of bread is? A meal, and a room for a single night in an inn?" I ask, trying to gauge the currency values without sounding out of place. He grunts unpleasantly. "A loaf is about 2 copper. A meal 10. A room between 10 to 30. Less if you sleep in the stables." He's saying 10 bronze, not 1 silver. My fears are confirmed. I have 24 bronze and 2 silver coins if I pay the entrance tax. Should be enough to get by for a while. I don't press further. Guards are trained to sniff out trouble. I pay and receive my certificate. It's not a parchment but a touch on my hand. After which I get the notification. Lifelong personal entrance permit to the city of Aldoria received. They then inform me that I only need to present my arm, and a guard will use an artifact to embed the entry permit in my system. I wondered how many people lose their certificates and pay this exorbitant entrance fee multiple times, but it seems they found a neat solution as you can't exactly lose this type of permit. I really shouldn't underestimate the inhabitants of this world. Apologies for the shorter chapter. I've decided to cut some content to make the story flow better. I nod, thanking them both as I pass through the gate. The streets of Aldoria bustle with activity even at this late hour. Merchants pack up their stalls, children play in the fading light, and townsfolk finish their daily chores. The town feels alive, a stark contrast to the grim scene I left behind in the forest. I wander through the streets, taking in the sights and sounds. The buildings are a mix of wooden houses and stone structures, with taverns and shops nestled between them. My stomach growls as I pass a bakery, the smell of freshly baked bread tempting me. Finding an inn seems like the best course of action. I need a place to rest, gather my thoughts, and perhaps pick up on some local gossip. After a few minutes, I find a modest inn with a sign that reads, "The Silver Stag." The warm glow of lanterns spills onto the street, inviting weary travelers inside. I push open the door and step into the common room. It's filled with people of all sorts, merchants, travelers, and a few locals sharing a drink. The innkeeper, a burly man with a friendly face, looks up from behind the bar. "Welcome to the Silver Stag," he says with a smile. "What can I do for you?" "A room for the night, and some food," I reply, trying to sound confident. The innkeeper nods. "We've got a few rooms left. That'll be 14 copper coins for the night, and an extra 9 for a hot meal." The price is close to what the guard told me, and I'm too exhausted to search for a better deal. I reach into my bag, pulling out the pouch I scavenged from the merchant's carriage. Handing over the coins, I thank the innkeeper and follow him upstairs to a small but cozy room. It's not much, but it's a far cry from sleeping in the forest. After securing my belongings and hiding my valuables, I head back downstairs. The aroma of stew and fresh bread fills the air as I take a seat at one of the tables. A serving girl brings me a steaming bowl of stew and a thick slice of bread, and I dig in eagerly. I was pleasantly surprised at how good the meal turned out to be. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't have salt and pepper to spice their food in this world. But not only did they have the basic flavor boosters but also extra ones. I'm tasting some spicy chili and perhaps onion, garlic, and there's a bay leaf in there too. I wouldn't bet on my guess being entirely correct, but the important part is that I'm very satisfied. As I eat, I listen to the conversations around me, hoping to pick up useful information. Most talk is mundane, discussions about the weather, trades, and local gossip. But one conversation catches my attention. "Did you hear about the green midget raids near the Eastern Road? Little rape dwarfs are back in full swing," a grizzled man at the bar spits. "They've been getting bolder, attacking travelers and merchants in broad daylight. The guards are stretched thin trying to deal with them while also maintaining order inside the city." Another man slurps his ale and burps loudly, almost making me lose my appetite. Yeah, the recent border aggressions from the furries also don't help. I bet the city lord is busy writing a few commissions to the Adventurers Guild right about now. My ears perk up at the mention of goblins and adventurers. This could be useful. I make a mental note to avoid the Eastern Road and focus on strengthening myself before attempting anything risky. I wonder if they've been notified about the merchant carriage yet. As the night wears on, I finish my meal and retire to my room. Lying on the small bed, I stare at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. This world is dangerous but full of opportunities. I need to be smart, cautious, and always on the lookout for ways to increase my power and wealth. Before going to sleep, I inspect my status screen as a sort of lullaby. I still have a bit of a hard time acknowledging that all this is really happening. I have a very strong fear that I'm dreaming and can wake up at any moment. After experiencing so much excitement and hope in a single day, I would probably become suicidal if I got dragged back to that boring hellhole. I check my attributes and their descriptions. Strength STR increases physical power and damage with melee weapons. Agility AGI boosts speed, reflexes, and evasion. Intelligence INT enhances magical power, mana points, MP, and the effectiveness of spells. Vitality VIT raises health points, HP, and resilience. Wisdom WIS improves mana regeneration, spell casting speed, and resistance to magical effects. Pretty straightforward. If I want to become a mage type, then I would need to invest heavily into all besides strength. If there are mages in the first place, that is, and I can unlock such a class, there's no chance I will not invest in agility or vitality, no matter what build I go for. Speed is perhaps the most important stat in my opinion. I would bet on Flashy Flash over Darkshine any day of the week. And, well, vitality increases my HP, so that is an obvious must. I highly doubt I can just respawn after death, so I can't become some glass cannon type. One trap or sneak attack and I'm a goner. I drift off merrily into dreamland, with such a happy expression plastered all over my face that I probably haven't wore since I grew up. My childlike wonder and excitement is back in full force. Day 2. I wake up the next day, feeling like I've slept on a cloud. For the first time in a while, I feel super energized. I glance around the room and notice how bare bones it is. I didn't notice yesterday because I was too overwhelmed with my unique situation. The room is simple. Just a bed, a small table, and a few chairs. The walls are plain, and there's a single window with a wooden shutter. It's a far cry from the comforts of modern Earth. I really start missing some conveniences from home. A morning bath, a toilet with a plumbing system, and, surprisingly, I especially miss my toothbrush and paste. I can't help but worry about my teeth rotting. I'll have to look around the town later. Maybe they do have something similar or at least passable replacements. I get out of bed and stretch, feeling the muscles in my body responding more energetically than they ever did back on Earth. There's a small comfort in this strange world. I splash some water from the basin onto my face, trying to wake myself up fully. The cold water is refreshing, but it doesn't quite make up for the lack of a proper morning routine. I decide to head downstairs to the common room, hoping for some breakfast. As I make my way down, the innkeeper greets me with a nod. "Morning," he says. "Sleep well?" "Yeah," I reply with a smile. "Do you have any breakfast available?" He shakes his head apologetically. "We don't. I recommend you head to the bakery down the road. My son-in-law works there. Their products are well priced and really tasty." Before heading out, I decide to inquire about the local amenities. "Thanks, I will check it out. By the way," I say to the innkeeper, "do you know where I might find some basic toiletries? A toothbrush, perhaps? Or any place to get a proper bath?" He looks at me curiously. "A toothbrush? Can't say I know what that is, but you can find tooth powder and brushes made from animal hair at the general store." Damn, that is disappointing. Also a bit disgusting, not gonna lie. He then continues, "As for a bath, there's a public bathhouse a few streets over. It's not luxurious, but it gets the job done. We also provide a similar, more affordable service here. For an extra bronze coin, we bring you fresh, warm water in a wooden bucket and a few clean rags to wipe yourself with." "Why didn't you tell me that yesterday, old man? I could have used a wiping," I ask with a bit of annoyance in my voice. He looks me up and down curiously. "I'm sorry, sir, for my incorrect assumption. You looked pristine clear. I thought you wouldn't need a bath for the next week. Fuck. Medieval hygiene, here we go. Thanks for the information," I say, trying to hide my discomfort. With that settled, I step out of the inn and into the bustling streets of Aldoria. The town is waking up, merchants setting up their stalls and people going about their daily routines. I take a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. This is a new world, full of dangers and opportunities, and I intend to make the most of it. Following the innkeeper's directions, I find the bakery without much trouble. The warm aroma of freshly baked bread fills the air, making my stomach growl. I step inside, greeted by a young man behind the counter who I assume is the innkeeper's son-in-law. "Good morning. What can I get for you?" he asks cheerfully. "Morning. I'll take whatever pastry you recommend," I reply, hoping to get a sense of the local cuisine. He hands me a sweet-smelling pastry. "That'll be 1 bronze coin," he says. "Can I pay with a silver coin?" I have a single bronze coin left so I could pay the exact price, but I really want to find out how much a silver coin is worth. He glares at me for a second before relenting. "Yes, sir." He then brings a pouch out and counts 99 bronze coins. Yep, my guess is confirmed. A silver coin is worth 100 bronze coins. I pay him and take a bite of the pastry as I leave. It's surprisingly delicious, filled with a sweet fruit jam that I can't quite identify. The bread is fresh and hearty, perfect for a quick breakfast bite. With my hunger satisfied and my new toiletries in my bag, I step out of the general store, taking a moment to count my remaining coins. I have 1 silver and 100 bronze coins left. Not a fortune, but enough to get by for now. I decide to explore Aldoria further, hoping to find opportunities and get a better understanding of this place. The town is alive with activity. Merchants selling their wares, craftsmen hard at work in their shops, and people moving through the streets in a constant flow. It's a vibrant, bustling town, and I'm eager to see what it has to offer. One thing I didn't notice yesterday but stands out today is the prevalence of slavery. Roughly every 7th person I see has a collar around their neck. The collars aren't linked to chains, almost like fashion accessories rather than tools of oppression. I suppose they must be magically bound to ensure loyalty, eliminating the need for physical leashes. This greatly piques my interest. If slaves are indeed magically bound to be loyal, they could be invaluable. Equipping one with a sturdy shield could allow me to level up safely by having them take the brunt of the attacks while I look for opportunities to strike with my iron spear. But first things first, I need to get a price estimate for the goods I scavenged from the merchant's carriage. 2 wooden figurines and tool products are nestled in my backpack, and I have no idea what they might be worth. Selling them would give me a clearer picture of the local economy and help boost my finances. I make my way through the crowded market, scanning the stalls for a merchant who deals in varied goods. After a few minutes, I spot a stall that seems promising. The merchant is a middle-aged man with a friendly but shrewd expression, his stall filled with a mix of items: trinkets, cloth, wooden crafts, and various odds and ends. "Good morning." I greet him as I approach the stall. "Morning," he replies with a nod. "Looking for something special?" "Actually, I have a few items I'd like to get a price estimate for," I say, pulling the wooden figurines and wool products from my backpack. "Could you tell me what these might be worth?" He examines the items carefully, turning them over in his hands and scrutinizing the craftsmanship. After a few moments, he looks up at me. "You bought them from Cedric, right? Poor bloke got himself killed yesterday." "Fucking disgusting gobos," he spat. "No way. I just spoke with him a few days ago." I feign shock and bewilderment. Shit, this means that the merchant Cedric was well known around here. I can't sell the crates I pillaged from him in this town or I'm instantly busted. He shakes his head. "Sorry, lad. I've seen his corpse. It's sadly true. I'm in big trouble now. I have lost a big supplier." "I'm sorry, and especially sorry for his family then. Were you the only merchant he supplied?" He glances at me curiously but thankfully doesn't seem suspicious. "Yeah, we had a deal that I would buy all his figurines and wool products he can't sell in his village." "Nice. That means he should be unknown a few towns away from here. I need to rent a carriage with a few mules and at least 3 guards. But how will I explain to them that we need to stop at the forest and haul the crates that are holed up under leaves and branches on board? I need to find some men that aren't the cleanest bunch. But then they could turn on me to steal the wares for themselves. Damn, what a difficult situation. Fencing those stolen items might prove very hard. Furthermore, the perishables will rot probably by the time I get to them." "I see. Once again, I'm sorry for your loss. Could you still give me a price estimate for these items?" "Yeah, don't worry about it, lad. part of running a merchant business. Sometimes life strikes hard. All we can do is make the best of the situation. As for your wares, the figurines are worth around 70 bronze each. The wool products are about 25. Wait, don't tell me that the FAP materials are worth this much more. The boys are thirsty in this town. No maidens? Well, they are actually rather intricately carved. Maybe it requires multiple hours of effort from a skilled artisan. Poor construction worker dude works for 12 hours of his back-breaking heartless job and can't afford a single figurine. What a life. However, that means I have a small fortune sitting in that hole. I didn't count, but there were at least 25 figurines in that crate. With the wool crate's value added together, there should be more than 20 silvers worth of items. Can I take it as an offer from you? Or only an estimate? I'm ready to pay those prices. I know that I might look a little cunning, but I really didn't scam you. I'm feeling rather depressed due to Cedric's death. I'm in no mood to make a killing with his products. He was a great family man, artisan, and an amazing friend. The total is 190 bronze coins. Here, take these 2 silver ones instead. I thank for his generosity and part with the products, and after I do, I receive a notification. New class unlocked. Merchant. Merchant. Basic class. Effect. Minor wisdom increase. Base skill. Lesser bartering. Lesser bartering. Slightly boosts the user's chance of bartering for a better price while selling or buying items. Nice. I can use that skill the next time I trade. With that out of the way, I say goodbye to the moping merchant. Now I have 3 silver and 96 bronze coins. As I continue to explore the town, I start to form a plan. My first goal is to find a way to safely level up and increase my strength and skills. Buying a slave as a shield bearer could be a viable strategy, but I need to gather more information about the local practices and ensure I'm making a wise investment. I decide to head towards the central square, where the town's main bulletin board is located. It's a good place to find job postings, notices, and general information. As I approach, I see a crowd gathered around the board, reading the various postings. I scan the board, looking for anything that might be of interest. There are job listings for laborers, announcements of upcoming events, and notices about local laws and regulations. One particular notice catches my eye. Adventurers Guild Recruitment Drive. Looking for brave souls to join the Adventurers Guild. Opportunities for quests, monster hunting, and exploration await. Inquire at the Guild Hall for more details. Becoming a glorified monster exterminator? No thanks. I remember my earlier thoughts about buying a slave and decide to visit the local slave market to gather information and see what's available. It's not a decision I take lightly, but in this world, it might be a necessary step to ensure my survival and success. Trusting my life to a free man who could backstab me at any time is risky. A magically bound individual might be a much smarter option to start out with. With a sense of purpose and, to be honest, morbid curiosity, I set off towards the slave market, determined to make the most of my new life in this fantasy world. The slave market square of Aldoria is a stark contrast to the bustling and vibrant town center. Located in a more secluded part of the town, it has a heavy, somber atmosphere that feels markedly different from the lively markets and streets I've explored so far. I hear a lot of weeping and admonishing shouts in reply. A few cracking sounds made by whips can also be heard. What a lovely place. As I approach, the first thing I notice is the large iron gate that marks the entrance. It's adorned with intricate carvings, perhaps to lend an air of legitimacy and formality to the trade conducted within. 2 guards stand watch at the entrance, their expressions impassive. They don't bother me. Inside, the market is laid out in a series of open-air stalls and pens, each one showcasing different slaves available for purchase. The area is divided into sections based on the types of slaves being sold: laborers, domestic servants, combat-trained individuals, and women, as well as some rather handsome men dressed in skimpy loincloths only. I can imagine what their intended purpose is. The stalls are constructed of sturdy wood, with iron bars and gates to keep the slaves contained. There are wooden platforms where some slaves stand or sit, looking out with various expressions ranging from utter hopelessness to quiet defiance and even some absolute indifference. Seeing some slaves being resigned to such a cruel fate that is awaiting them makes the scene even uglier. Vendors line the main path, calling out to potential buyers and advertising their slave skills. The noise is a constant hum of chatter, punctuated by the occasional shout or the clanking of chains. Screams and wails from the wares are met with the crack of a whip and scornful shouts. It's a busy place, with a mix of prospective buyers, curious onlookers, and slaves awaiting their fate. The air is thick with the smell of sweat, unwashed bodies, and the faint tang of fear. It's an unpleasant odor, one I've never experienced before. There's also the occasional whiff of incense burning from the vendor stalls, likely an attempt to mask the stench. This place is special for a Western 21st century guy like me. Never in my life did I think I'd see so many people objectified and sold for profit. As I walk around, I see a few wooden posts around the market where notices and descriptions of the slaves are posted. Some are handwritten, detailing the slave's skills, ages, and origins. Others have more elaborate signs, indicating higher value or specialized training. The slaves themselves vary widely in appearance. Some are humans, others are demi-humans with animalistic features like ears, tails, or fur. I also see elves and dwarves. What peculiar creatures. Always dreamed of seeing them. I can write going to a slave market and meeting demi-humans off my fantasy bucket list. In one section, I see a group of demi-human slaves. There's a wolfkin with striking amber eyes and ears that twitch anxiously at every sound, a foxkin with bright red fur and a bushy tail, and a rabbit girl with large, expressive eyes and long ears that droop slightly. They're all collared, but they don't seem physically restrained otherwise. Sadly, they seem to go for more than the human slaves. Perhaps they are considered as exotic products. Another section features more rugged, combat-ready slaves. These are mostly men and women with muscular builds and scars that tell tales of past battles. They look more defiant, their eyes scanning the crowd with a mix of challenge and angry rebellion against their cruel fate. The vendors are a mix of experienced traders and opportunistic merchants. They range from slick-talking salesmen to gruff, no-nonsense individuals who clearly view their wares as mere commodities to make a quick buck on. Overall, the slave market is a harsh reminder of the realities of this world. It's a place where lives are bought and sold, and where power dynamics are on full display. As I walk through, I can't help but feel a mix of fascination and unease. This is a world far removed from the one I grew up in. Determined to gather more information, I approach one of the vendors who looks more friendly than the rest. He's an older man with a weathered face and a surprisingly kind expression. His stall features a mix of slaves, including a few demi-humans. "Good morning," I greet him. "I'm new to Aldoria and was hoping you could tell me more about the slaves you have here." The vendor nods, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Of course, young master. What are you looking for? Laborers? House servants? Perhaps someone more combat-ready or a beautiful, seductive bed warmer? I have a nice lady that can fulfill all 4 criteria. She is trained in the art of combat and servicing, and my wife also taught her how to be a proficient maid. With her strength, laborious jobs will also be finished in a breeze." He gestures to a dejected young woman that has eyes devoid of any hope with his hand, and I can see a wooden plate hanging from her neck, sitting on top of her bare, perky breasts with a few numbers carved on it. I can only chuckle wryly at the ingenious but utterly cruel and dehumanizing marketing strategy. She costs a lot, 5 gold and 35 silver. If the exchange rate is the same between gold and silver as it is with silver and bronze, then she costs 535 silver or 53,500 bronze. Way out of my budget. Besides, I want my slave to be more feisty, with a strong will to live. This one would likely jump into harm's way the first chance she gets. I'm interested in someone who can assist with protection and perhaps help me level up safely, I explain. I've heard that some slaves are magically bound to ensure their loyalty. Is that true? The vendor smiles. Yes, indeed. All slaves here are bound by powerful magic to ensure they obey their masters. It's a contract formed by those of us who have a high level in the slave merchant class. A contract that prevents rebellion and ensures loyalty. Is perfectly safe and reliable. I nod, taking in his words. Can you tell me more about the demi-humans? What skills do they typically have? He gestures towards the demi-human section of his stall. Demi-humans are quite versatile. Many have enhanced physical abilities due to their animalistic traits. They can be excellent fighters, trackers, or even workers depending on their background and training. For example, the dogkin over there is known for his strength and sharp senses, making him a formidable combatant. The ratkin is quick and agile, perfect for tasks requiring speed and stealth. And the rabbit girl has a keen sense of hearing and can detect danger from afar. Some of them are also exotic bed warmers that demand a premium price from customers should the young master wish to open up a slave brothel. They can also thrive in such a place because beastkin tend to have more endurance than humans. A few punches here and there doesn't even faze them, and even if they get injured they regenerate quite fast. Oh boy, being a sex slave sounds like a lovely way to live one's life, I must say. Thank you for the information, I say. I'll need some time to consider my options. The vendor nods, understanding. Take your time, young master. A wise choice can make all the difference. With that, I step back and continue to explore the market, my mind racing with possibilities. After an hour of wandering around, I've seen most stalls and inspected their offerings. I feel confident in creating an average price list estimate. Crippled good-for-nothings, 1 to 5 silver. Simple manual laborers, 25 silver. Well-built manual laborers with above-average strength, 50 silver. House servants, 25-100 silver, varying by experience and appearance. Sex slaves, 25-300 silver, with young, beautiful elves reaching over 10 gold, 1,000 silver. Combat slaves, low-level fighters start at 1 gold, with those above level 10 costing 3 to 5 gold. And those above level 20 easily exceeding 15 gold. Mages cost significantly more than non-magic classes. The most expensive slaves are those with both combat and sexual skills, often doubling their price. Young elves also demand a hefty premium due to their longevity, serving for generations if well kept. Unless I want to waste my money to house and feed a crippled old man or woman, I can't afford anything here. But it was definitely worth the time and effort to come here. I gained a lot of information and also had the chance to experience such a surreal, otherworldly place. As I leave through the gates, my attention is caught by a large mansion that also deals with slaves. The sign above the entrance reads House of Alaran. Unlike the crowded and filthy market stalls, this establishment looks prim and proper, exuding an air of sophistication and wealth. The mansion's well-maintained facade, with its grand columns and meticulously landscaped gardens, contrasts sharply with the rest of the market. I know I can't afford anything here, but curiosity drives me to check it out. I shamelessly ascend the stone steps and push open the heavy wooden doors. The interior is just as grand as I expected. Polished marble floors, intricate tapestries, and elegant chandeliers casting a warm, welcoming glow. Unlike the market, there are no slaves on display. The only one I see is an older woman sweeping the floor. A well-dressed attendant greets me with a courteous bow. Welcome to the House of Alaran. How may I assist you today? He asks with a practiced smile. Just looking around, I reply, trying not to appear out of place. It's my first time visiting an establishment like this. Of course, the attendant responds, his smile unwavering. We aim to provide a more private and personalized experience for our clients. If you would follow me, I'll take you to a private room where one of our merchants will join you shortly. Intrigued by the excellent level of service, I follow the attendant down a lavishly decorated hallway. He leads me to a comfortable, private room furnished with plush sofas and a small table. The room is tastefully decorated, with soft lighting creating a soothing atmosphere. Please make yourself comfortable, the attendant says, gesturing to the chairs. My colleague will be with you shortly. I settle into a seat and wait patiently, taking in the refined ambience of the room. After a few minutes, the door opens, and a well-dressed man enters. He has a sharp, professional demeanor and carries a leather-bound ledger in his right hand. Good day, he says with a nod. I am Marcus Alaran, one of the senior merchants here at House of Alaran. How can I assist you today? Oh, is this a family business? I'm interested in learning more about the slaves you have available, I reply, aiming for composure. Though I'm not currently in a position to buy, I'd like to understand the skills and backgrounds they possess. Marcus nods understandingly as he takes a seat on the sofa positioned in front of mine with the table standing between us. Of course, we cater to a wide range of needs and can provide slaves with various skills and expertise. Could you specify any particular qualities or abilities you're looking for? I ponder for a moment. I'm interested in individuals who could serve in both combat and support roles. Perhaps someone with healing abilities or proficiency in melee combat. Making a note in his ledger, Marcus responds, "We have a few candidates who might meet your criteria. Would you like to see their profiles?" "Yes, please," I reply. He opens the ledger and begins describing several slaves, each with their painted portrait accompanying their details. He opens the ledger and begins describing several slaves, each with their painted portrait accompanying their details. Name, Arya. Race, Wood Elf. Skills, Herbalism, Archery, Healing Magic. Class, Healer LVL 18. Sex slave, yes. Background, Arya hails from the ancient elven forests and was captured during a raid. Her extensive knowledge of herbs and natural remedies makes her an excellent healer. Proficient with a bow and able to use healing magic, she is valuable in both combat and support roles. Price, 65 gold coins. Name, Leora. Race, Catkin. Skills, Stealth, Hand-to-hand combat, Night Vision. Class, Assassin LVL 19. Sex slave, no. Background, Leora comes from a tribe of feline demi-humans known for agility and combat prowess. An expert in stealth and hand-to-hand combat, she is ideal for tasks requiring discretion and strength. Her night vision gives her an edge in nocturnal operations. Price, 20 gold coins. I listen attentively as Marcus details more profiles. The high-level healer elf sex slave is the most costly, but I can understand why that is quite clearly. Healers are extremely rare, and she can also use a bow, so she is not useless when no one is in need of healing. She is also a sex slave, and her portrait paints her to look very tantalizing. Furthermore, she is an elf, which means if you buy her contract, she will serve you and your descendants for many centuries. Sadly, 65 gold coins is just an exorbitant amount for an asking price. Naturally, I can't afford any of these slaves for now, so I move on. Thank you for the information, Marcus. I say, could you tell me more about how your establishment operates in general? Marcus nods calmly, acknowledging my current financial position yet maintaining the impeccable service expected in such places. Naturally, we differ significantly from the sellers you might encounter in the open market. Firstly, we don't deal in kidnapped slaves. The background of those slaves is often unclear. Many are illegally captured by outlaws such as bandits and unauthorized slavers. You never know when a family member might come looking for them, seeking retribution. I gulp, considering his point carefully. I certainly don't want a lion daddy hunting me down and barging into my tent with a giant war axe because I bought his stolen daughter. We source our merchandise from 4 avenues, Marcus continues. First, debt slaves. They're individuals indebted to the kingdom or an establishment. We purchase their debt if repayment seems unlikely. Their roles depend on the debt's extent. Second, credit slaves, the most liberated. They enter slavery by choice due to financial constraints or a desire for focused work. You're essentially hiring temporary workers by paying their wages up front, unlike lifelong servants with minimal rights. A maid enters with a teapot, pouring its contents into 2 cups. She bows and exits, leaving Marcus and me to take sips before he continues. Next, we have the criminal slaves. These individuals have minimal to no rights, having been convicted by local authorities and sentenced to a life of collared servitude. Lastly, war slaves. During national conflicts, the kingdom or its lords are legally permitted to bring back enemy soldiers or captured citizens as slaves, as long as we are at open war with them. We are at war with both the Beastman Confederation and the Alliance of Elvardia, which is a nation ruled by elves and dwarves in joint partnership, so there's an abundance of war slaves, especially the beastkin type, as our duchy borders their nation. Out of the 4 types of slaves, these ones are the least free, often having no rights as a living being whatsoever. Their master can do whatever they want with them, no matter how sinister. I can only nod. Sounds pretty brutal, but it is what it is. Blame the game, not the players. Slave sellers are just opportunistic merchants. I can easily imagine how financially rewarding this avenue of trade is. Another distinction is how we treat our products. We don't display them for everyone to see, and only problematic slaves are kept in cells. The rest have their own rooms, are well-fed, and enjoy occasional luxuries. I see. May I ask about your treatment of prospective sex slaves? I inquire. If I ever consider such an expenditure, I'd want assurance they weren't mistreated or used. I have no plans to buy a sex slave at all, but I'm really curious how they keep their employees from ruining the products. Marcus meets my gaze with understanding. Naturally, sir. Male employees are strictly prohibited from interacting with them. A dedicated female employee trains each one in maid duties, sensual dancing, and giving oral pleasure, a practice that involves the use of a wooden tool. Originally I hadn't planned to mention it, but since we are already speaking of this topic, let me tell you that this is the final distinction between us and market sellers. Many of their women have endured numerous, forceful encounters with male or even female employees. If you do choose to purchase there, I highly recommend verifying the virginity of the slave. Even then, one can never be certain of what they've been put through during their captivity and training. Women have 2 other openings that may be used without leaving proof behind, after all. I understand. I reply, never intending to buy a sex slave from such a dirty market. Thank you for your time and detailed explanations. You've significantly expanded my understanding of this aspect of life. I hope to acquire a reliable combat slave to aid in my advancement, but I lack funds. I'll return once I've saved enough coins. Unexpectedly, Marcus stops me as I rise from my comfy seat. Ah, wait, kind sir. Perhaps we can assist each other. Oh, you have my attention, man. Intrigued, I settle back onto the plush sofa. I'm listening. There's a particular slave who has proven quite challenging to sell, Marcus explains, his cold tone betraying some deeply rooted frustrations. I purchased her over a year ago for 8 gold coins, believing I could easily fetch 12, perhaps even 20 gold coins for her. She possesses a rare class, level 14, as a samurai, a derivation of the swordsman class, exclusive to those descending from a distant continent. Sadly, I had to grant her significant autonomy in her clauses, including the right to decline potential owners. Typically, our most valuable products are also given this privilege, but they only decline on average 3 interested buyers. She is easily in the triple digits by now. He grimaced. Another clause is that she's entitled to a private conversation with any prospective buyer. This means I can't even find out why she's refusing everyone because I'm contractually bound not to eavesdrop, like all our staff here. After each conversation, no one wants to proceed with the purchase. I can't even get details from those who've spoken with her due to the accursed contract. I could see a small tear forming in his eye. I don't know what to do anymore. No one seems willing to take her, and those who do are rejected by her. I'm selling Iam. Yes, that is her name, for 1 gold coin, at a record-breaking loss of 7 gold coins. It's unprecedented in our long history. And what's funny is that I still can't get rid of her. We've even resorted to chaining her to her bed with so many restraints that she can barely move a muscle. She gets only 1 meal a day, which is a gruel that is spoon-fed to her by a caretaker. She's allowed to move for only 1 hour a day to prevent significant muscle deterioration. Despite living like this for 3 months, she's as determined as on day 1. Damn, what a resilient woman. I feel a twinge of sympathy for this slaver. A sentiment I never thought I'd have. However, I much more so admire the slave for her pure determination. Her situation is certainly not enviable, yet she fights on with unyielding resolve. A bodyguard with the Samurai LVL 14 class could be a great asset to start my journey. However, even after lowering the price to such an extent, I can't afford it. I understand your predicament, Marcus, but I only have 3 silver coins. His expression contorts into a mixture of pain and frustration. I can see a, "Then why the fuck are you here?" shout form on his lips before it disappears as he bites down on his lower lip. "Rent, no. I'll allow you to buy her with a weekly payment plan. You'll pay 3 silver coins every week until the full price is settled." Noticing my distinct advantage in this negotiation, I press further. "Could I have a trial week with the option to return her at no cost? I'm not sure if such a troublesome slave is worth going into debt for." He glares at me with near bloodshot eyes for a moment. Did he just bite his lip so hard that it's bleeding? I can't help but chuckle inwardly at his intensity. You can't win them all, man. Silence descends on the room for an entire minute before Marcus speaks up with a strained voice. 7-day trial period with the option to return her within that time frame to annul the contract. Hell yeah. Great. Before we proceed, may I ask 2 more questions that have come to mind? First, how binding are these slave contracts? I understand she can't betray me or run away. But what if a mage slave intentionally casts a spell on an enemy that is near me with the intention to harm me in the process, for example? Second, can I add a clause of my own to our contract? He seems to calm a bit, perhaps relieved that my questions aren't making his life more difficult this time. The contract senses the slave's intent. If a fire mage wants attacks with the intent to harm you, the contract will trigger, causing them to stop their casting due to experiencing excruciating pain and alerting both you and our establishment. The slave will be branded a criminal, subjected to torture and then execution. As for your second question, we can modify your contract only if she accepts your clause. Alright, I'm very interested then. My clause is that she is not allowed to divulge any information regarding my person in any shape or form. My actions, my affiliations, my strength, items, backstory, and wealth, none of it. Is it possible? If so, when can I have my conversation with her? He exhales, his stress seeming to dissipate completely. It is possible to add that clause. Normally I would charge for such an intricate one, but I will waive the fee this once since Sir seems to be very strapped for money. As for the other question, as mentioned, her living situation is rather precarious. One of our female employees will unlock all her chains and help her freshen up to be presentable. It should take about 20 minutes. I shamelessly ignore his jab of calling me a borderline beggar. I'm about to sign the steal of the century. We will see who gets the last laugh, Marcus. Well, that is if after my chat with her both of us consent to the transaction. Marcus steps out to make arrangements, returning to sit down after a short while. I must warn you that she's not a sex slave. I can sense that you're a kind and noble individual, but we all have our moments of weakness as men. She has every right to resist, even to the point of defending herself violently if molested or worse by her owner. Of course, if you manage to win her affection is another matter entirely. The contract consents when she mentally consents to your advances, in which case it won't do anything. Sounds fair to me. I'm not some loser in need of resorting to buying a sex slave for companionship. Besides, if she were one, her price would be much higher beyond my budget, even with this kind payment plan. Plus, I suspect that a trial run wouldn't be possible. After the warning, Marcus leaves me alone in the room. I wait patiently, imagining what I am might be like. I hope she's as beautiful as I've imagined. I also ponder why she'd choose to endure being chained in a basement cell for months rather than serving as a combat slave. A level 14 samurai would undoubtedly be valued as a skilled teammate, not considered as a mere cannon fodder to be used for a while and thrown away. Lost in thought, time slips away, and finally, the door opens. I glance up eagerly, and my jaw drops. Holy Mother of God! I exclaim internally. She is the most stunning woman I've ever laid eyes on, in either worlds. Lost in thought, time slips away, and finally, the door opens. I glance up eagerly, and my jaw drops. Holy Mother of God! I exclaim internally. She is the most stunning woman I've ever laid my eyes on, both in this world and the other. A beautiful young girl walks in who I can only assume to be I am, followed by a lady employee caretaker, who bows and leaves once the slave steps inside the room. She stands before me, a vision of exotic beauty with delicate, East Asian features. Her skin is pale and smooth, a striking contrast to the rags she wears. Her dark black hair is neatly kept, falling just to her shoulders, framing her pretty face with its crystal blue eyes that seem to pierce right through me. Despite her wardrobe's current perilous state, her slender, short frame exudes an undeniable grace. Picture. I say she has a slender frame, but that doesn't mean she is flat as a board at all. Even through her rags, I can confidently say that she has the right curves in the right places. Thin waist, perky breasts, and a tantalizing behind are definitely a given. I wonder why they dressed her in such cheap rags, though. As a combat slave, basic leather armor would be more fitting. Then it hits me. They're already selling her at a huge loss. Proper clothing would just be extra expense. At least, the caretaker made her extremely presentable aside from her attire. An iron collar is clasped around her neck, a stark reminder of her social status. Her feet are bare, devoid of any shoes, which only add to the aura of vulnerability that surrounds her. For a moment, I am speechless, captivated by the blend of fragility, beauty, nobility, and strength she emanates all at the same time. I ain't a simp, so I do my best to gather my composure. After all, if she sees that I'm infatuated before our talk even begins, she might use it against me. This isn't a date. It's a serious negotiation. Hello, my name is Quinlan. I understand you have the right to refuse me, but I'd like to get to know you and understand your situation better. Iam's gaze remains steady, unwavering. She steps further into the room, the soft rustle of her ragged attire the only sound I hear as she takes a seat opposite me. Her demeanor is calm, almost serene, despite the harsh conditions she's endured. Once she is seated and focused on me, I begin. Let's talk. I'd like to hear your story and see if we can find a path forward that suits both of us. Iam sits gracefully, her eyes never leaving mine. Ask your questions, she states rather nonchalantly. First, I would like to know why you have refused your previous buyers. What is it that you seek in your potential master? Iam's expression doesn't change, but there's a flicker of emotion in her eyes, perhaps a hint of tiredness. Before I get to the most crucial point in this regard, I would like to clarify that I am a warrior, not an exotic commodity that you can parade around town. Understandable. She probably had a lot of potential buyers who were more interested in showing off this oriental beauty to their friends than taking her into combat situations. Fair enough. Since we are already on the topic, could you tell me more about your origins? I've not yet seen someone with similar features to yours. She nods, her serene calmness not leaving her striking features. I can't tell you many details because I'm not aware of much either. I don't know if you are knowledgeable about the geography of this world. It is an archipelago with many continental islands scattered around the globe. My clan traces its lineage from a different continent than the one we are on now. I don't know how or why, but many thousands of years ago, my clan migrated here. Oh, so we have many continents in this world. How cool. Makes me want to go on adventures and explore all of them. I see. Thank you for expanding my worldview. She doesn't react, so I continue. Your first request, or rather requirement, is completely fine with me. I'm looking for a combat slave to help me level up. I'm very weak and new to the world of fighting, and because of that I have difficulty entrusting my life to a stranger who can backstab me at a single moment's whim. So I would need you to act as a sort of trainer, bodyguard, and mentor figure for me. She narrows her eyes slightly, as if assessing my sincerity. I take that as my cue to elaborate further. I understand that as a beautiful woman, you might prefer a female master dash. She suddenly interrupts me. No, women are crueler than men in my experience. A male master will stare at me lecherously and use me as eye candy to stroke his ego, while a woman master would get jealous of my looks and all the attention I get just by walking down the streets while minding my own business and make my life infinitely harder. Furthermore, while I never had a master before, in general, I had many bad experiences with women but only minor annoyances with men. One gender wants to ruin me and the other just wants to woo me. Of course, that is not to say that all women are as such. I've had friendly encounters too. Women's jealousy, huh? I didn't think of that. No woman wants to be outshone by her slave. Lucky me then, I suppose. You can outshine me to your heart's content. I joke, which might have resulted in the faintest of smiles appearing on her lips. Perhaps. I'm not sure, as she regained her strict ice princess attitude in the blink of an eye. As I was saying, I will respect your words. I'm a total newbie, so I would value your input greatly. I won't brush your words off just because you are beneath me, so to say. I admit that I'm a proud person, and, as you said, having you as my slave would be stroking my male ego quite a bit, but I find no shame in following your advice. She seems to appreciate my honesty as her narrowed eyes relax once more. Hearing that I acknowledge her beauty and my interest in her physical form must have assured her that I'm not trying to deceive her. I'm no saint, and I don't intend to pretend to be one. I bet a lot of men told her that they are not at all interested in her while their body language said otherwise. She has interviewed a lot of applicants, so she must be able to spot lies quite easily by now, so I will just be truthful with her. I feel like I must warn you that I'm not only at the very beginning of my journey in attaining levels but also am quite poor. I have no home, I only have a few silver coins to my name, and we will need to pay 3 silver coins weekly for your contract. So our living conditions might not live up to a lady's standards. She smiles clearly for the first time since we met. Even sleeping under the naked night sky would be more accommodating than my current living situation, so that is not an issue for me. In fact, having such a fresh start makes me a bit excited. From rags to riches, as they say. Quite literally in my case. Bastards didn't even give me clean rags. She mutters the last sentence under her breath, but I manage to catch it. In the end, I replicate her smile. The conversation is turning out well so far. From rags to riches, I like the sound of that. Ayam's relaxed demeanor evaporates in an instant, replaced by the sternest expression I've seen from her so far. Her eyes, once calm, now burn with a mix of sorrow and anger. Then I believe it is time I reveal the reason why I've been staying here for such a long time and why a lot of potential buyers backed out of the deal even at such a favorable asking price. I am, or rather, I used to be, the heir of the Fujimori clan, who centuries after their migration climbed up the nation's ladder and are the rightful rulers of the southern duchy of the Vraven Kingdom now. Duchy? I have a very bad feeling about this. My father died suddenly, despite being in perfect health. As the rightful heir, I was supposed to take over, but my younger sister, Keed, challenged me to an honorable duel. I couldn't refuse without losing face in front of our people. Though, even if that weren't the case, I wouldn't have backed down from her challenge. Long story short, she poisoned me before our duel with some strange magical substance. There were no symptoms until our fight started. As if it was activated manually, as soon as she lunged at me, I felt immense pain coursing through my body, and I was paralyzed from head to toe. I can only curse my lack of foresight, but, in my defense, poisoning your opponent before an honorable duel is the greatest disgrace a warrior of our clan can commit, so I wasn't expecting it. She used to be such a kind and loving girl. I don't know what happened to her. Her voice cracks, after which she pauses for a moment to collect herself. Her hands, which were calmly resting on her thighs, are now clenched into tight fists. I'm now sure that she is also the culprit behind my father's death. I don't know who supports her from behind the scenes, but she definitely didn't invent such an intricate poison all by herself. Anyways, after my loss in the duel, she not only exiled me but also brought me to this establishment as soon as I regained control over my limbs. She sold me into slavery, but perhaps thanks to some lingering affection due to our merry childhood, or maybe because she felt guilty inside, she had the merchant make a lot of concessions. That is the reason why I'm not a sex slave, and also why I have my own clauses added to the contract. However, she wasn't stupid. One of her clauses, which she also sent to the king himself who signed it, stated that I may never be freed from slavery. Even if, by some miracle I manage to break the magic contract, I can never be considered legally free in the Vraven Kingdom. She locks her eyes onto mine, with deep determination shining through. So my requirement for my owner-to-be is to make the promise that he or she will support my quest for vengeance. I'm not looking to become a duchess because, as stated, I legally can't, but I wish to eliminate her, the other traitors in my clan, and also kill her mysterious backer or backers. I take a deep breath. Everything is clear now. Making a clan that rules over an entire duchy and is backed by the king himself into your enemy is a very big ask on Iam's part. Yeah, she is a relatively high-level girl with a rare variant class, and yes, she is an exotic beauty, but is she worthy enough to make one become hostile to an entire kingdom? Nope. Luckily for her, I have very high aspirations. However, I'm not going to agree just like this. Before I give you my answer, I would like to give you a final warning. From what I've learned about you during our short talk, you seem like an honorable warrior with a strict code of conduct. How willing are you to bend those codes of yours? I would do almost anything to grow stronger, so if you are going to give me moral lessons or worse every time I do something legally dubious, I would rather walk away right now. She examines me for over 10 seconds. I can understand from her conflicted expression that she'd rather tell me to fuck off. But I imagine going back to her horrible living conditions, coupled with her very unlikely chances of having a future where she meets a master that she would view as a perfect fit for her needs, is fighting a fierce battle within her mind. She grits her teeth. How illegal are we talking about here exactly? I flash a victorious smirk at her. I won't drink the blood of freshly harvested babies. I believe it's for the best if I inform her beforehand that I have no plans to be a heroic guy saving innocents and do other such nonsensical chores. Her eyes widen in shock before she shudders. So basically, anything goes scum. I don't mind her berating me a bit. I am rather shameless after all. It's best that she understands what she signs up for clearly, so that we won't have annoying issues down the line. We won't be playing by the already established rules. We will be the ones who decide what's right or wrong. After a heated internal debate, it seems the devil on her shoulder beat the angel in the end. Okay. I hear a very faint sound come out of her lips. What was that? Must have been the wind, I tease. She glares at me with great annoyance visible in her eyes. I said, I agree to become a thieving scum if that is what it takes. Oh, the Jade Beauty raised her voice for the first time. My smile turns into a giant grin. I can tell having her by my side and slowly corrupting her noble warrior spirit would be a lot of fun. Great. I can't say that I'm not interested in conquering your clan, as I imagine there's a lot of riches to be gained from such an endeavor, but as I said earlier, I'm terribly weak. Here's what I can offer you. Teach, train, and help me level up for 3 years. Until that time is up, you are forbidden from acting out your revenge in any shape or form besides basic information collection through taverns and such. Once the time is up and both of us have gotten significantly stronger as well as more experienced in general, we will begin planning the downfall of your evil sister and her fellow culprits. Silence descends on the room once more. Expecting her master to have the ability to exact revenge right off the bat is unrealistic. Even if all I did was let her do everything on her own to avoid dragging her down, she would surely fail. A giant clan shouldn't be so weak as to be toppled by a level 14 warrior. She meets my gaze once more after a minute of inner contemplation. I can feel a strong resolve in her eyes. I accept your terms, master. Meets my gaze once more after a minute of inner contemplation. I can feel a strong resolve in her eyes. I accept your terms, master. A triumphant grin spreads across my face. Sure, I agreed to help her take down an entire duchy, but that's a problem for the future Quinlan. Right now, as a level 1 scrub, I've just secured an incredible ally. And let's be honest, her exotic beauty and the ridiculously low price I got her for are just icing on the cake. On the open market, I'd be lucky to get a level 3 sweaty warrior dude for 1 gold, and I'm paying this off in weekly installments? It's practically daylight robbery. I doubt I'll ever get this lucky again. I'm glad to have you, I say, extending my hand across the table. It's just the 2 of us for now, but welcome to the party. She nods, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she firmly shakes my hand. Despite the uncertainty of her future and the life sentence of eternal servitude hanging over her head, she's finally leaving her miserable cell behind. She can start living again, pursuing her vengeance, traveling, fighting, gaining strength. For an honorable warrior like her, this past year must have been nothing short of torture. All right, time to call the slavers to finalize the deal. I find a servant lingering at the end of the hallway, who quickly fetches Marcus. Soon enough, The three of us are seated around the table in the office. The merchant wears a bittersweet expression. I can easily guess what he is thinking. Finally, he gets rid of the pest occupying his basement cell, but she still cost him 7 gold coins, plus all the time, energy, and resources they've wasted on her year-long stay here. I wonder if the amount I got her for will even cover that part. Worst deal of your career, huh, Marcus? I can't help but sneer inwardly at his misery. I might act amicable with him on the surface, but slave merchants don't deserve an ounce of pity in my book, even if their house burns down with their loved ones still in it. So, you've finally found your Prince Charming, huh? He begins while glaring daggers at Iam. Congratulations are in order, I suppose. Oh, I can smell the bad blood between them. For some reason, he is a lot less friendly to my new companion than he is to me. I wonder why. Thank you, glorified human trafficker. I'm going to miss your presence in my life greatly, JHT. Damn, girl. I can see a vein pop on Marcus's forehead. Sorry, I meant on GHT's forehead. The feeling is mutual. Let's get this over with before you dirty my new sofas even further. He turns to me and his expression relaxes instantly. So, kind sir, I was told that you will take this lovely lady off my hands? Iam scoffs at his swift change in demeanor. Yes, we've come to a mutual understanding. I believe she will help me reach great heights in this life. Great. Then, slave, did my employee notify you of your newfound master's additional clause, which he wishes to add to your contract? She nods. The one about secrecy, right? Fine with me. I would rather die than betray those I fight alongside. Marcus nods back, pulling out the necessary documents. Very well then. Let's finalize this. He spreads the parchment on the table and hands me a quill. I quickly skim through the terms to ensure everything is in order. Sign here, and here, Marcus instructs, pointing to the designated spots. I do as instructed after giving the papers a quick read-through, and then Iam takes the quill, her hand steady as she adds her signature below mine. Once the documents are signed, Marcus rolls them up and seals them with a wax stamp bearing the insignia of his house. He then reaches into a pouch at his side and pulls out a small vial filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid. He gestures for Iam and me to come closer. There's one final step, he says, his tone businesslike. Contract magic. The kind sir needs to add a drop of his blood into this bowl. He hands me a small knife and I do as instructed. Then, Iam steps forward, her eyes sad and resigned. Marcus pours the liquid into a shallow bowl and begins to chant in a low, guttural voice. The liquid starts to glow, and tendrils of light rise from the bowl, snaking through the air towards Iam's collar. The light wraps around her collar, causing it to shimmer and pulse. Iam winces slightly but stands her ground. As the magic takes hold, the collar undergoes a subtle transformation, the runes etched into it glowing briefly before fading back to their original state. You've acquired Samurai LVL 14 Iam as your slave. New class unlocked. Slave Master. Marcus finishes the incantation and steps back, the light dissipating. It is done, he says. The collar is now bound to the terms of your contract. Any violation of these terms will activate the magic within, and our establishment will be notified immediately. Iam touches the collar gingerly, her eyes narrowing. I understand, she says quietly. I then speak up, trying to cheer her up. Thank you, Dijit. Sorry. I meant JHT. I can't speak well today. I'm so sorry, Marcus. Accidental slip of the tongue. I swear on my dear brother's life. I managed to elicit a short giggle from my lovely new partner in crime and a very annoyed scoff from the traitor. To his credit, he seems to move on pretty fast. I can tell that the two of you were made for each other now. I finally understand why she accepted you of all people. Well, I'm too old to get annoyed at you youngsters. If you wish to expand your slave harem, you know who to visit. This time maybe come with a few gold coins in your purse, kind sir. I'm not a part of his harem and never will be. We both ignore the pouting, defiant girl. You simply can't stop the inevitable from happening, my dear Iam. I smile in response to Marcus. I like people who can take a few verbal jabs without flipping out completely like some hormonal teen. I will, and thanks for your hospitality as well as introducing the two of us. Who knows? Maybe your name will go down in history as the man who kickstarted Quinlan's and his lovely samurai's rise to fame. I give him a playful wink. He chuckles, "Oh, lucky me. Please do make sure that the historians call me Marco Alaran and not GHT, if you would be so kind." I laugh heartily. "Naturally, my friend." I then turn to her. "Well then, let's get out of here. I can't even begin to imagine how much you must have missed the fresh air." She simply nods. As we make our way out of the building, takes a deep breath, as if inhaling freedom itself. The open air and bustling streets of the city are a stark contrast to the dark, confined space she was kept in. I let the gorgeous girl bask in the sun as a free woman after a year of living in a cell as I wait patiently by her side, observing her reactions. "So, what's our first move?" Speaks up after a minute, breaking the silence. "And thanks for your patience, by the way." "You're welcome. I'm not exactly clear on local prices, but we seriously need to buy some gear. I only have an iron spear, iron sword, and an iron helmet. I suppose you can take the sword for now. I look like a monkey when I flail it around, though I don't plan to remain a spearman long term. It can be a good tool to learn the ropes." She voices her approval. I then glance at her attire. But before all the serious stuff, we have to buy you some nice clothes. These dirty rags won't do at all." She looks at me appreciatively and then scans me from head to toe. "I've been meaning to ask, what's with your wardrobe? Is this some new fashion trend that arrived while I was locked away?" "Indeed. I'm still in my hoodie, t-shirt, trousers, and Kobe Black Mamba edition sneakers. All black colored because I was in my depressive emo state on the day of my transmigration. I stick out like a sore thumb. I really should buy some local stuff, huh? To answer your question, I come from a very distant land." Her eyes light up with excitement upon hearing that. "You also hail from a different continent, and you've just migrated? Do you not have the leveling system there? That would explain why you are so weak despite looking to be over 20 years old." She is pretty close to the truth. An amazing deduction from Miss Samurai. "Something like that. I'm not confident in telling you more, but I will once we spend some time together and earn each other's trust without having to rely on the contract's binding nature." She nods with understanding and immediately drops the topic. "Well, we have a very frugal budget, so I can't promise to dress you elegantly, but something comfortable and practical should be possible to attain. We also need to retain at least 1 silver for emergency funds. Let me see, that leaves us with 2 silver and 96 bronze coins to spend on clothes and other stuff. I've already bought some toiletries, but I only have 1 brush for teeth cleaning, so we need to get you one as well." "Sounds good. Comfortable and practical is exactly what we should get if we're going to be fighting monsters and doing other less honorable things. My beautiful companion really isn't thrilled by the idea of doing underhanded actions." "Huh? It's not like I was planning to straight up become a hardcore criminal. I will just jump on good opportunities when they present themselves, such as the merchant carriage's ownerless crates ready to be sold being presented to me on a silver platter." "All right, good to hear that you are not how I imagined a young noble lady to be. Any clothing shop ideas?" "I've not yet been to one in Aldoria." "Me neither. I was dragged here in chains, so I didn't exactly get to sightsee. Let's explore a bit then. We've got time until lunch." We start walking, but I stop abruptly. "I don't want you hurting your feet by walking barefoot on these dirty streets." She shakes her head. "It's fine. I can bear with it. I've been through much worse." I shake my head. "This simply won't do." "That might be the case, but I want you to look back on this day in the future as the day you were freed from your chains and had a brilliant fresh start which led to the best chapters of your life. Not one where you had to nurse your bleeding and bruised feet, and with every step you took being painful for the entire next week." Looks a bit more gently at me than previously. "What do you suggest then? We can rush to the nearest shoe shop and buy one there." I take the leather bag off from my back and hand it to her. Then I squat down in front of her with my back to her person. "I suggest that you get a free ride. This chariot has been approved by the queen herself. If there's a queen in this kingdom, that is." She ignores my light joke and looks at me hesitantly. What? You think I'm doing this to get to feel up your behind or something? Iam doesn't reply verbally, but I can tell that the answer is a clear yes, just by looking into her eyes. First of all, I'm greatly offended. I might be somewhat tempted by your enticing beauty, but I'm a true gentleman at heart. She scoffs with disbelief, which I ignore, of course. I don't understand why, but my lovely companion doesn't seem to have the greatest first impression of me. Second, did you forget your claws? You can just choke me out if I do something like that. She studies my face for over a dozen seconds, looking for any hidden intentions. There are none, of course. Me getting to feel her tantalizing thighs in my hands and her chest squished into my back muscles while her head is so close to mine that she speaks directly into my ears is more than enough of a reward. I don't need to grab her, but on day one, as my beloved father always said, slow and steady wins the race. Furthermore, I genuinely want to get to know her better, as I respect her person greatly. Not many people could endure what she did and remain sane. I want her to find her place in this world and enjoy life once again. I have no plans to abuse my authority over her to put her into ugly situations. An honest and noble-spirited girl like her would be absolutely disgusted by someone who came off too strong with obvious intentions to get into her pants. Well, dirty rags in this case. I have a good alibi for my suggestion, so I should be good in her book. I hope. She relents finally. All right, but I will really attack you if you touch me inappropriately. I can tell by the serious look in her eyes that she means every word of it. I wouldn't have it any other way. A good warrior needs to have her strong convictions. Iam climbs onto my back and clings her arms together in front of my chest. I then hold her firmly by the underside of her smooth thighs. Actually, I'm amazed by how smooth it is to the touch. I expected her to be a bit hairy after living in captivity for over a year. Not only that, but her skin is smoother than even the skin of the few ladies I've gotten close to in my previous world, though I heard somewhere that Asian women have smoother skin than Western ones in general. I summon my inner scholar and immediately begin to write up multiple hypotheses to attempt an explanation for this strange but very welcome phenomenon of her body being completely hairless below her eyelashes. Well, at least those areas that I can see. 1. It is a known fact that she was cleaned by a caretaker before meeting me, so perhaps shaving was involved in that process, though the short time frame of said cleaning leaves me with many doubts regarding the validity of this hypothesis. 2. Multiple assistants were included in the cleaning process to make it swift yet thorough, but I was explicitly told that a caretaker will clean her up, or something along those lines, indicating that it was the work of a single person. 3. Humans, or at least women in this world, are simply less hairy than on Earth. I also lost my body hair during my transmigration, but I was under the impression that that was because of me becoming a primordial. 4. Perhaps her unique bloodline from the faraway eastern continent is the one causing this pleasant occurrence. The only possible way to verify this is to rigorously examine other Oriental beauties. Yes, there's no other possible method of verification, and yes, they have to be beauties. 5. Due to her relatively high level, some bodily imperfections were expunged as she leveled up. This matches up with what I read in some cultivation novels, with them not having to sleep, eat and stuff after reaching a high enough cultivation state. 6. Some other, currently unknown effect is at play here. I really want to ask her for confirmation, but I don't dare. I can tell that she would refuse to answer and instantly get off me. I don't think she could beat me up for this, as I wouldn't be breaching the contract, but I also don't want her to hate me and ruin my future chances with her. I shelf this intriguing phenomenon to be meticulously studied later and just delight in the blissful feeling her delicate thighs and chest give me for the time being. You are really light, Iam. Should we start with lunch instead of shopping? There's no need. I would rather get the shoe first so that I can walk and then change into clothes meant for humans so that I can throw these filthy rags away. Damn. I was hoping I could chauffeur her around for a bit longer. Alright then, we will do as you suggested, but make no mistake, I will make sure to fatten you up properly in the long time we will be spending together. I'm short and I've always had a slender frame. I don't think there's an issue with my physical build. I agree. I like petite girls just as much as voluptuous ones, so you don't have to worry about that. I get a scoff and a dumbass murmur straight into my ears, which I, of course, completely ignore. However, that doesn't mean that a bit more weight wouldn't do you good. She doesn't seem very responsive, so I take that as her consenting to getting fed properly from now on. After about 10 minutes of silent walking, we arrive at a shoemaking shop. They display a variety of products in their window, giving passersby a clear view of their offerings. We decide to check it out. We step into the shoemaking shop, greeted by the rich smell of leather and the sight of various footwear lining the walls. The shopkeeper, a burly man with a thick mustache, approaches us with a welcoming smile. "How can I help you today?" Ayam glances around, her eyes scanning the different shoes. "I need something practical for combat, but also durable for long journeys." She gets completely ignored by the attendant, who doesn't even acknowledge her existence once he sees her iron collar and the general perilous state of her wardrobe. It seems people don't take slaves into consideration. As the master, I'm the one with the money pouch, and the final say in what she gets anyhow is what he must be thinking. "Please attend to the lady," I instruct him before my companion lashes out. I don't know how she deals with such humiliation. Personally, I wouldn't take it well. The shopkeeper nods and leads us to a section displaying sturdy boots. Ayam, who didn't seem overly bothered by his previous antics, starts trying on different pairs, testing their flexibility and fit. She moves with the grace of a seasoned warrior, and I can tell she's accustomed to finding the perfect balance between comfort and utility. As she tries on boots, I decide to look around and see if there's anything that might suit me. I pick up a pair of boots and examine them. They seem solid enough, but as soon as I put them on, I can feel the stiff leather digging into my feet. I wince and quickly take them off, muttering under my breath about how impossible it is to go from Kobe sneakers to medieval boots. The shopkeeper notices my discomfort and offers another pair. "These might be more to your liking, sir." I try them on, but they aren't any better. The fit is awkward, and they lack the cushioning and support I've grown accustomed to. Frustrated, I set them aside and watch as Ayam continues her search. My shoes are my least eye-catching piece of attire, so I decide to allow myself to at least keep those for now. Footwear is also the most important part of one's wardrobe, after good protective armor. If one wishes to explore the world and fight while doing so, it is smart to allow myself the comfort of wearing my current shoe. After trying on several pairs, Ayam finally settles on a pair of boots that are both sturdy and comfortable. They have reinforced soles for combat and a snug fit that will keep her feet protected during long travels. She walks around in them, testing their flexibility and making sure they suit her needs. "These will do," she says with a satisfied nod. I can't help but feel a bit envious of her ability to adapt so quickly, though it's also true that she never had the pleasure of wearing a modern-day shoe. I bet she would absolutely love to wear a trainer shoe. I glance at the shopkeeper and shake my head. None of these are quite right for me. I'll have to keep looking elsewhere. The shopkeeper looks a bit disappointed but nods understandingly. It's not easy to find the perfect fit, especially if you're used to something specific. Thankfully, he doesn't bother me about my strange-looking sneakers. We pay for Ayam's boots and leave the shop. She looks content with her new footwear, while I can't help but feel a bit annoyed by my own unsuccessful search. "Ready for some proper clothes now?" I ask Ayam. Sadly, she no longer climbs onto my back. It was a short-lived experience, but a memorable one nonetheless. She nods. "Yes, Elle can't wait to shed these humiliating rags." We head towards the nearest apparel shop, hoping to find attire that will allow us to blend in better and leave the remnants of our past behind. It's a modest establishment with an array of garments displayed outside to entice potential customers. As we step inside, a bell chimes softly, and a young woman with a friendly smile approaches us. "Welcome. How can I assist you today?" she asks. "We're looking for some practical and comfortable clothing for my new friend here," I say, gesturing to Ayam. "And I also need to find something for myself." The shopkeeper nods and leads us to a section filled with various types of clothing. Ayam starts browsing through the racks, her eyes carefully evaluating each item. Before we start, I interject. "Let's get you some cushion for those boots. I can't imagine wearing them without proper socks." Ayam raises an eyebrow but soon nods in agreement, finding no fault with my statement. "All right, let's get some then." We find a selection of wool and cotton socks. Ayam chooses 2 pairs of each type of socks that will provide sufficient comfort for her new boots both in cold and warm weather. I also get a cotton one for myself. Satisfied, we return to the clothing section. Ayam picks out a few pieces, starting with a sturdy pair of trousers made from a durable fabric that allows for easy movement. She also selects a simple tunic, practical and easy to wear, and a long-sleeved shirt for layering. "These should do," she says, examining herself in a nearby mirror. I turn to the shopkeeper. "Do you have any recommendations for me? I'm looking for something comfortable but also stylish. Oh, and since the weather is so warm nowadays, I would like to try some shorts as well." The shopkeeper nods thoughtfully and leads me to another section where a variety of clothing options are displayed. "For warmer weather, we have these lightweight shorts," she says, pointing to a rack filled with various styles. "And for a comfortable yet stylish look, I recommend these shirts. They're made from breathable fabric, perfect for staying cool." I pick out a pair of shorts, long trousers, and a couple of shirts, one in a deep blue and another in a crisp white. The fabric feels surprisingly soft, and I'm pleased with the quality. As I try on the shorts and shirts, Ayam continues to browse through the clothing. She adds a leather vest to her collection, which fits snugly and offers a bit of extra protection without restricting her movement. She also picks up a practical belt with several pouches for carrying small items and a lightweight cloak for cooler evenings. With our selections made, we head to the counter to pay. The shopkeeper tallies up our purchases and offers a warm smile as we hand over our coins. "I hope these serve you well," she says. "Safe travels to both of you." We thank her and step out of the store, feeling much more prepared for the road ahead. Ayam looks more at ease now that she has proper clothing and footwear, and I feel a sense of satisfaction knowing we're both at least somewhat equipped for whatever challenges we might face. "Ready to get some food now?" I ask, glancing at Ayam. "Yes." We head down the busy street, the sound of bustling activity all around us. I decide to speak up. "We must enjoy a lavish feast, as we have multiple things to celebrate. Your freedom after a year of captivity, me finding my first companion, the amazing financial deal I struck with the GHT, your shedding of those dehumanizing sacks of clothes, your first meal where you get to decide what you wish to eat in a year, my arrival in this lovely land, and much more." Ayam smiles faintly, clearly touched by my enthusiasm. "You're right. We do have a lot to celebrate." We settle on a cozy-looking tavern with a sign that reads, "The Hungry Hawk." The aroma of roasting meat and freshly baked bread draws us inside. The interior is warm and welcoming, with wooden tables and benches filled with patrons enjoying hearty meals and lively conversation. We find a table near the window, and a waitress quickly approaches us with a friendly smile on her face. "Welcome to the Hungry Hawk. How can I assist you today? We'll start with some drinks. 2 big mugs of fresh, cold water, please," I say. Ayam nods in agreement. We shouldn't drink alcohol when the day is still young. "And for food?" the waitress asks, jotting down our drink order. "I'll have whatever your special is," Ayam says confidently. "I'll have the same, make sure they are big portions. My companion needs to gain some flesh on her bones," I add. The waitress nods energetically and disappears into the kitchen. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, taking in the atmosphere. Ayam breaks the silence. "Thank you for today. Feels good to have proper clothing and boots. It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable." I smile. "You are more than welcome." Our drinks arrive, and we clink our mugs together before taking a hearty sip. The water is surprisingly refreshing, and I can feel some of the tension from the day easing away as I rest in the comfort of the dining chair. I glance at Ayam and I can't help but think how different she acts from what I would expect from a slave in her position. In the novels I've read, when the hero buys a slave and treats her with the bare minimum of respect, they can't believe the hero's kindness. Of course, Ayam is certainly grateful, as she had just expressed, but she doesn't kneel and kiss my feet for my otherworldly generosity. I understand that this is because she didn't have a master yet. If she had been cruelly mistreated for a long time and then experienced me treating her like a normal human being, maybe she would feel more grateful. But I'm not complaining. I'm happy to see her behave more like a normal person than a liberated object. As I said previously, I don't have a savior complex. Now that I think about it, if I ever feel like parading myself around as a savior, which I don't expect to happen, I should get a dogkin girl. If they've inherited the personality traits of their animal equivalents, a dog girl should be very loyal and grateful for the barest affection I show her. There's a reason why they are touted as humanity's best friends. If she has a good sense of smell, she could be a good scout, and since dogs are social creatures, she shouldn't have a big problem with me having a large harem. So, I say after I'm done with my internal theorizing session regarding the human and dogkin psyche's behavioral patterns. What's our next move? We have gear, clothes, and soon food. What's the plan? Iam doesn't need to think for even a second to reply, with more energy than she usually exhibits. We have to begin your training. Normally, I would say that we should train for a few weeks before you get the chance to fight monsters properly, but if my memory serves me well, there's a labyrinth in Aldoria. The first few floors are easy enough that I can ensure no harm comes your way. Maybe we can start your training while actually giving you a feel for real combat and earn some rewards while doing so. My eyes light up. Labyrinth. Sounds amazing. Could you tell me how this labyrinth thingy functions? She nods. They're said to be created by the goddess herself to allow adventurer wannabes a chance to learn the ropes in a more controlled way than rushing into the wilderness to try their luck. A labyrinth is an artificially created dungeon, each believed to house at least 100 floors. Though reaching such a high floor is a legendary feat you can only hear about from bards. Each floor is more difficult than the last, with the first floor only spawning a single level 1 monster in each chamber. That is where I intend to drill the basics into you. And yes, the monsters are also artificially created and respawn after a while. Oh, that sounds like a great way to farm XP. Iam smiles at me mischievously. You're not the only one who thought this. Maybe due to the goddess's intervention or just the basic function of the labyrinths, monsters give a lot less XP and give less loot than natural monsters found in the wild. Damn, it was too good to be true. I should have seen a big fat. But coming at me from a mile away, she sees my dispiritedness and speaks up. That is not to say that a labyrinth can only function as a training ground. On the higher floors, I would say after floor 10, earning a living and leveling up at a good pace is possible. Of course, one needs to be strong enough to thrive there, as you die in the labyrinths just like outside if your HP reaches 0. There are many people who are exclusive labyrinth clearers. Instead of calling them adventurers, they have the title explorers. There's an explorer class for them too, so the goddess herself acknowledges labyrinth climbing as a viable profession. Actually, leveling up one's explorer class to 50 is the requirement to unlock the rare adventurous pioneer class, which is a strict upgrade in all aspects when compared to the previous one. Interesting. I can't help but smile at my cute and reserved samurai's talkative nature when it comes to this topic. She really is a combatant at heart. It's not like she becomes an antisocial recluse that refuses to speak normally, as we did have some conversations while shopping and such, but now she really is in her element. Our food arrives, interrupting our conversation. The plates are piled high with roasted meat, vegetables, and thick slices of bread. Smells heavenly, and my stomach growls in anticipation. Let's eat first, I say with a grin. We can plan more after we've filled our bellies up. Iam nods eagerly and we dig in. The food is as delicious as it smells, and we both eat with gusto. Watching the great appetite with which she was feeding herself filled me with a strange sense of happiness and fulfillment for some reason. I guess doing good for someone else for a change isn't so horrible. My parents always said that gifting feels better than receiving, a sentiment I never understood while I was on Earth. As we finish our meal, I ask for the bill, and after paying, we go on our merry way. After today's expenses, I have a single silver and 72 bronze coins left in my pouch, which means we've spent over 2 silver coins today. I'm not frustrated, though, as getting proper clothing was important, and we bought more than one of each type, so we don't have to wait around while sitting on our thumbs for them to dry off after washing them. I am also got a pretty decent pair of shoes, which is a crucial expense that I didn't want to skimp on. I was hopeful that we could buy some makeshift armor at the start of our shopping trip, but that was quickly shot down. According to IAM, even good leather armor costs a lot relative to the cheap clothes we bought, so first we need to make some money. We head back to the inn where I stayed yesterday to grab my 2 weapons and single armor piece. As I'm checking out of the room, the receptionist/owner tells me that I can leave my stuff in their storage area since I have a lot of unnecessary items on my person, and come back for it later today, which I'm happy to take him up on. I didn't want to haul all our newly acquired clothing and toiletry items on my back. As we head out, IAM tells me to hand over the bag to her because she should be the one carrying it since she is much stronger, and also because I will be the one doing the fighting today. She doesn't need to say it twice. I swiftly oblige. We ask around for directions from the locals and then head toward Aldoria's labyrinth to finally have my first combat experience. I'm thrilled beyond words. As we walk through the bustling streets of Aldoria, the atmosphere gradually changes. We start noticing more and more armed individuals, ranging from novice adventurers with simple gear to seasoned veterans with intricate armor and enchanted weapons. The air is thick with anticipation and a sense of purpose, as these adventurers all share a common goal: conquering the labyrinth floors to get stronger and richer. The closer we get, the more crowded the streets become. Vendors set up stalls selling various supplies, from potions to weapons to enchanted trinkets. The chatter of haggling and the clinking of coins fill the air, creating a lively and chaotic environment. Finally, we arrive at the entrance to the labyrinth. It's a small, unassuming doorway set into the side of a large stone building. The entrance seems almost comically tiny, considering the labyrinth is said to contain 100 floors. Clearly, some dimensional magic is at play, making the interior much larger than it appears from the outside. I stop for a moment to take it all in. The entrance is flanked by 4 imposing knights, each clad in gleaming armor and holding a formidable weapon. A small line of people has formed, waiting to enter the labyrinth. The adventurers in line range from eager and nervous newcomers to grizzled veterans, all waiting their turn to face the challenges within. As we approach the line, I notice a sign indicating the entrance fee, 20 bronze coins per person. I feel a surge of irritation. The rich get richer. I curse under my breath. It is not enough that we risk our lives. We even have to pay for the privilege of doing so. Didn't the goddess herself create this? Why are you bastards claiming the labyrinth as your own? IAM glances my way. It's just how things work here. Please don't make a scene by attempting to sneak past the knights. They are all very strong, more so than me. They will sense you coming from a mile away even if you try to sneak by them at the most opportune moment when none of them are looking your way. Naturally, I'm not that foolish. 40 bronze coins is a huge price that I'm definitely unhappy to pay, but I'm not gonna get my limbs chopped off for this shit. Begrudgingly, I nod and fish out the coins from my pouch when it's our turn. We hand over our payment to one of the knights, who gives us a cursory glance before stepping aside to let us through. The coins clink heavily in his hand, causing my heart to contort in agony. This should be called sound torture. Even through his full helmet, I can tell that he is smirking, and he clinked the coins on purpose to fuck with me. Seeing our humble weapons and clothes must make him think we are farmers tired of field work and wish to strike it big, or something along those lines. I attempt to remember him to pay back later in full, but he is in full body armor that has no distinguishing feature. I guess today is your lucky day. As we step through the small doorway, the world shifts around us. The narrow entrance gives way to a vast, cavernous space. Dim, glowing crystals embedded in the walls provide eerie illumination, casting long shadows across the stone floor. The air is cool and slightly damp, carrying the faint echo of distant sounds. "This is it," IAM says softly, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a mix of caution and excitement. "We've entered Aldoria's labyrinth." As we venture deeper into the labyrinth, the dim glow of the crystals and the echo of our footsteps create an eerie ambience. IAM walks beside me, her eyes sharp and alert. On the first floor, IAM begins. We'll only encounter 3 types of weak monsters, though which ones exactly, I can't say, as it changes with every labyrinth. In my hometown, the first level was occupied by slime crawlers, stone sprites, and shadow rats. I nod, listening to her with rapt attention. "So, we might face something similar here, or it could be entirely different." "Exactly," she confirms. We need to stay vigilant. The creatures on the first floor won't be strong, but they can still be dangerous if we underestimate them. She continues, also, be aware that other labyrinth clearers will be present, especially on the lower floors. We have to be cautious around them. It's rare for explorers to fight each other, but it does happen. She pauses for a moment, then continues, there's an unwritten rule among explorers. Each party must wait outside the next corridor until the current party defeats the monster inside. Once the monster respawns, it's their turn to fight. However, since this is an actual labyrinth with many possible routes, if we see a crowd waiting somewhere, we can always just take another path. Got it. We continue through the labyrinth, the sound of distant battles occasionally echoing through the corridors. The first chamber we approach is empty, allowing us to advance without delay. I grip my weapon tightly, ready for my first real fight. Stay close to me, Iam instructs. I'll guide you through the basics of combat. Just remember what we discussed earlier. We step into the next corridor, the tension building in me as we prepare to face whatever challenge lies ahead. Iam abruptly stops and holds up a hand, signaling me to be quiet. We hear a low, guttural growl echoing through the corridor. Be ready, she whispers. This will be your first battle. We step forward, and the source of the growl comes into view. A creature resembling a giant insect with jagged mandibles and glowing blue eyes. It's larger than any bug I've ever seen, its exoskeleton gleaming at me menacingly. That's a steel carapace beetle, Iam identifies. Be careful. Their exoskeleton is tough, but they have weak points near the joints. She takes a defensive stance and I ready my iron spear. The steel carapace beetle lunges at us, but Iam steps in front, effortlessly deflecting its attack with her blade. She gestures for me to move in. Now strike at its joints, she commands. I take a deep breath, channeling my pumping adrenaline into determination. I thrust my spear at the beetle, aiming for the joint near its front leg. The spear pierces through the weak spot, and the creature screeches in pain. It retaliates, snapping its mandibles at me, but Iam steps in, deflecting the attack. With another well-aimed thrust, I hit another joint, and the beetle collapses, its legs twitching. Iam instructs me to stab its brain through its eye, and I do as told. New class unlocked. Warrior. You've slain Steel Carapace Beetle, level 1. You've gained 3 XP. Well done. She comments with a small hint of pride evident in her tone. You handled that well for your first fight. I nod, feeling a very strong mix of relief and gratitude. Thanks. Boy, am I glad to have received your help. Iam. If my arrogant ass walked in here alone with zero practice, I would have gotten myself killed for sure. She doesn't reply, just looks at me with a slightly smug expression, as if she was stating, yep, you better be grateful. I chuckle and shake my head, then I take this moment of brief respite to examine my status. Name, Quinlan Noir. Race, Primordial. Title, Primordial level, 1. XP 5/100. Primary class, Thief LVL 2. Secondary classes, Slave Master LVL 1. Merchant LVL 1. Commoner LVL 1. Vitality, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Unused skill points, 0. Unused attribute points, 0. Oh great, I finally received a fighter class. I put Warrior as my primary class and say goodbye to Commoner, hopefully forever. Or maybe it's hidden OP. Perhaps a bit of experimentation is needed. Anyways, the Warrior class gives me the minor effect of extra strength, which means I lose my agility point from having Thief as primary class. It has a basic skill called Power Surge, which increases my strength by another 10% for 5 minutes for 12 mana. Nothing amazing, but it's a start. As I stated on the day of my transportation, I prefer to grind over getting gifted overwhelming personal might right out of the box. Slowly but surely I'm going to increase my personal combat power. Now that I take a look at it, I've gained only 3 XP for the monster, but I'm at 5/100. After a few seconds of contemplation, the only thing I can come up with as an explanation for this occurrence is that increasing my thief class from LVL 1 to 2 gave me the remainder of my XP. IM did mention that these low-level monsters will give little XP in the labyrinth, but it doesn't seem that bad, though to be fair I have my 3x XP boost bonus from my primordial species. Reaching 100 XP and leveling up won't take too much effort. Maybe I can reach a higher level faster than I originally expected. Just to confirm the level scaling, I ask my companion, IM, how much XP do you need to get to level 15? She inspects her status before replying, I'm at 241/3973. My eyes bulge. Damn, I should have expected something like this. Linear scaling would have been too generous. I only need 100 XP. Will I need the same amount as you do to go from level 14 to 15? She looks at me with a hint of disbelief. You don't know even this? Now I believe you with certainty that you really didn't have the system in your home continent. The land must be very well hidden if it wasn't overrun by others if everyone is as weak as you. I don't mean to belittle you at all. It's just a little hard to wrap my mind around your unique circumstances. Anyways, yes, everybody needs the same amount of experience points, with each level requiring 30% more than the previous one. That's why once you reach level 10, which requires 1060 XP, things slow down a lot. If I become level 15, I will need more than 5000 XP before my next level up, which is more than what you will need to gain to go from level 1 to 10 altogether. Of course, once you reach higher levels you will also fight stronger monsters who give you more XP, so it balances itself out a tiny bit. But leveling up is a serious, lifelong effort and commitment that all combatants pursue until their dying breath. I nod while stroking my chin. I can understand now clearly why combat slaves above level 10 were expensive at the market while those above level 20 were extremely rare and also much more pricey. There's little I can do but grit my teeth and grind XP. What I'm very happy about is that I have no time limit. I absolutely despise games where a clock is ticking down and pressuring me. Here I have to grind, yes, but I can progress at my ideal pace. There will be no game over if I don't become level X in Y hours, allowing me to take a more explorative approach to my newfound life. In the meantime, the beetle corpse dissipated into nothingness, but it left behind a palm-sized piece of its sturdy exoskeleton. I hope they are worth a few coins. I kneel down to pick it up and open the bag on IM's back to store it inside. We then continue down the corridor, encountering a few more steel carapace beetles. Each battle becomes a bit easier as I get used to the rhythm of combat and the weight of my spear. IM guides me through each encounter, offering tips and correcting my stance and other mistakes along the way. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart, she instructs, adjusting my stance. You need a solid base to maintain balance. I nod, widening my stance as she demonstrated. The next steel carapace beetle lunges at us, and I feel more stable as I thrust my spear. Better. IM praises. Now keep your elbows in when you strike. It will give you more control and power. I adjust my grip, pulling my elbows closer to my body. I thrust again, feeling a noticeable difference in the strength behind my attack. Well done, she says with sharp eyes as she observes all my movements with great scrutiny. And remember to always keep your guard up after each strike. I focus on her advice, bringing my spear back to a defensive position after each attack. When it charges at us, I maintain my guard, ready for its attack. IM blocks its charge, giving me the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable side. Good. But don't forget to pivot on your back foot, she added, then demonstrated with a quick turn. It helps you move faster and dodge attacks more effectively. I mimic her movement, pivoting on my back foot as the creature swings its thorny tail. The maneuver allows me to evade the attack and counter with a precise thrust to its underbelly. I never studied martial arts before, so I can't compare her to anyone, but I feel that she is a great teacher. I like that she is very patient and calm. My basketball coach used to make me feel afraid of making mistakes, so rather than trying new moves, I always went for the most surefire one, which resulted in consistency, but I got bored of the sport as it felt way too stressful and unrewarding. I quit and became a league gamer. Let me say that this wasn't the greatest choice of my life. I once even broke my wrist while playing when I hit my desk out of frustration. Moving on from the trivia regarding my dark past, with Ayam as my coach, I feel free to experiment. She is vigilant and ready to step in before I get into harm's way, but otherwise remains in the background, letting me do my own thing. As we turn a corner, we come across a creature that Ayam titles as a shadow wisp. This creature is a small, floating ball of darkness with piercing red eyes and tendrils of shadow trailing behind it. They're fast and tend to attack with quick jabs. Stay close to me and strike with precision. My cute monster Wikipedia sure is reliable. She recognized all monster types we encountered in an instant and knew their tendencies like the back of her hand. I wonder how many hours she spent studying them. The wisp darts at us, its movements swift and erratic. Ayam deflects its attacks with her blade, creating openings for me to thrust my spear. I manage to pierce the wisp, its form dissipating into 3 smaller shadowy wisps. One wisp charges at me, but Ayam intercepts it with a precise slash, sending it crashing to the ground. I quickly finish off the rest, watching as their bodies dissolve into nothingness. Great, you're quickly getting the hang of it. We press on, and soon we encounter a brambleback, the last enemy type of the floor, which is a large creature with a body covered in sharp thorns and a menacing snarl. Ayam takes the lead, blocking the brambleback's initial charge with her blade. Watch its movements carefully, my samurai advises. Its thorns are its main defense and offense, but unlike the previous 2 types of monsters, it's a slow and simple creature. Wait for it to make a move and strike when it overextends. I focus on the creature's movements, eagerly waiting in anticipation for the right moment. As it lunges at Ayam, I thrust my spear at its side crevice, avoiding the thorns. The brambleback roars in pain, but Ayam deflects another attack, giving me a clear shot. With a precise thrust, I pierce its vulnerable underbelly, and the creature collapses, bleeding and defeated. I then deliver a finishing blow. We continue to navigate the labyrinth, encountering these same types of monsters repeatedly. Each battle follows a similar pattern, with Ayam defending and guiding me, ensuring I learn the ropes without taking on unnecessary risks. I also noticed a pattern of each enemy taking at least 2 good strikes hits from my spear before falling, no matter how effective my first thrust is. It seems that the enemies also have a HP bar, and either due to my low strength stat or my shit iron spear, or probably both, I can't one-hit them. They always need at least a finishing blow after my first attack. Determined to explore this phenomena, I ask Ayam to attack a monster with her full strength, and she did indeed kill it instantly. Her weapon is similarly an iron one, which is also categorized as junk rarity like my spear, so the stat difference must be the deciding factor, since she didn't activate any samurai skills. Though perhaps there's something else at play too. I will investigate more through the days. As we navigate the labyrinth, we occasionally pass other explorers, some giving us curt greetings, others not even acknowledging our existence. The air is filled with the sounds of distant battles and the occasional roar of a monster or the shout of explorers. After about 2 hours of non-stop fighting, we reach a small chamber. Ayam motions for us to rest for a moment. We sit against the cool stone walls, catching our breath. Well, to be more accurate, I do, because she is not out of breath at all. I have gotten a lot better in this short amount of time, which is confirmed by my awesome tutor. In the last few fights, I didn't need to step in at all. Good job. Thanks. I love this place and fighting monsters. I always had an inkling that I would be a good combatant if given a chance, but I'm so happy to see that my thoughts were actually not incorrect. She looks at me questioningly, but I tell her to ignore my ramblings. I ask her for my water skin, which she tosses to me after taking it out from her bag. I drink half of it almost immediately, feeling very satisfied with the current state of affairs in general. I'm slowly grinding XP. My actual experience has improved quite significantly already. I have the best teacher I could ask for, and of course, I'm still in absolute disbelief that I was actually transmigrated to such a wonderful place. I ask her for my water skin, which she tosses to me after taking it out from her bag. I drink half of it almost immediately, feeling very satisfied with the current state of affairs in general. I'm slowly grinding XP. My actual experience has improved quite significantly already. I have the best teacher I could ask for, and of course, I'm still in absolute disbelief that I was actually transmigrated to such a wonderful place. I have slain 12 monsters so far. My warrior class reached LVL2 and my XP is at 38/100. After a brief respite, we stand to continue our activities. But before I can walk out of the chamber, I hear her voice from behind me. "You're pretty good. I expected us to progress slower," she says, and I'm happy to receive her encouraging words. I'm also surprised at how unbothered I am with this whole fighting and killing thing. Even when I'm splashed with blood or see the organs gushing out onto the ground after I pull my spear out of their flesh, I don't feel disgust, contrary to what I'd expected. In fact, I enjoy this labyrinth clearing quite a lot. Making money this way, even if dangerous, suits me so much better than doing my old desk 9-to-5 job. Thank you, I am. With such an amazing teacher, I would be ashamed to do any worse. She hurriedly snaps her head away. Wait, I just made her blush. Whenever I flirted with her before, she just got annoyed at me. I'm glad you think so. You are my first student. So I wasn't sure how I would perform in this new role of mine. I'm the first. Then you should be even prouder. I was sure that you had taught at least a dozen students before me. She refuses to face my way, but while before I was uncertain, now though, I'm sure she is blushing. Sadly for me, she is blushing because her first student called her a great combat educator and not because she is flustered by my flirting. At least I finally found her weak point. If I keep improving at a rapid rate and impress her, I should have a good chance later down the line to turn it into more. Though, of course, I will also keep flirting with her. It's just too much fun to quit cold turkey. Why do you consider me a great teacher? She inquires softly after a few seconds of silence. I respond with a torrent of praise. A torrent I didn't even need a second to conjure. I think it's because your personality is very compatible with mine. I love how composed and considerate you are with me. Your attitude is not overbearing at all, letting me experience everything at my own pace while observing patiently. I also love how kind and uncomplaining you are. Even if I make a mistake or worse, repeat one I already committed once before, you don't flip out at me, but repeat what I should have done differently with amazing serenity and endless patience in your tone. Not only are you an extremely cute and beautiful girl, but also a serious, diligent, and forbearing teacher and combatant. All that is to say, I'm amazed at how great of a person you really are. I'm glad I got the chance to meet you, I am. She turns and glances at me for a few seconds, probably to ascertain if I'm sincere or just flirty as usual. I meant everything I said. So I respond to her questioning eyes by giving off an aura of certainty accompanied by a happy, encouraging smile. Finally, I can see her flustered expression, and just as expected, she is way too adorable. Her slightly red cheeks, her uncertain eyes which seem undecided between being pleased, overjoyed, and annoyed, probably due to my cute and beautiful girl comment, create a lovely end result that I know I won't forget for a very long time. She averts her gaze once more. Thanks, I'm glad that you think so highly of me as your instructor. I will do my best to remain as patient as I can, so feel free to experiment. You can't become a good combatant if you don't find your own style. Her voice gets audibly flustered. And I suppose I'm also happy to have met you. I'm glad and proud of myself for remaining steadfast in my resilience despite the cruel situation I found myself in to decline so many prospective buyers as I waited for the best one. I could have gone with a lot of them and enjoyed the outside world much sooner. But instead I waited and waited, chained to a bed and utterly humiliated every single day. The strong girl that had such an imposing aura as she easily fought off any monsters for the past few hours was nowhere to be seen, replaced by one that seemed visibly vulnerable. She appeared so small and weak in this moment. I thought that over the year-long captivity of hers she would get these emotions under control, that she cried all her tears out already and was now just on a path of vengeance. But boy, was I wrong. How can you get over her trauma in a year, if ever? If my cherished mother or father betrayed me and sold me into a life of slavery, I would most likely become a complete emotional wreck, a shell of a human being devoid of feelings for the rest of my life. I, as a man and her teammate, couldn't just keep watching as I finally realized just how troubled she really was. I approached her and put my arm on her shoulder. To be honest, I really wanted to hug her properly, but she might get startled or outright offended if I were to act on such an impulse. She flinches at my touch but doesn't make a move otherwise. I then begin to speak in a gentle, encouraging tone. You are absolutely correct in that you should be proud of yourself. You got dealt with a hand so horrible that just thinking about it makes me tremble with anger. A sister who committed patricide before turning her blade on you. A year spent chained in a slaver's basement cell. Exile from your clan. The king himself sentencing you to a life of slavery. She clenches her hands into fists. All this is just way too unfair. None of this happened to me, yet I'm furious at this horrible injustice. So I can't even begin to imagine how you must be feeling. But here you are, doing your best to not only take the next step in your life, but you waited for a year in that terrible, dignity-destroying situation until I appeared. The person you believed could give you the best chance at living your life the way you wish, and you grabbed that chance. I've never met nor heard of a stronger person than you in my entire life. As far as I'm concerned, you are the epitome of bravery and determination. A person I can look up to for the rest of time. She trembles for a second under the weight of my words before disappearing from my sight. I simply can't follow her movements physically. In the next moment, I feel a heavy object crashing into my chest, almost making me fly away. I look down to see Iam hugging me with her arms wrapped around my waist with a strong enough grip that I had to gasp for air for a second. She nuzzles her head into my chest as she rests on my body. I'm beyond shocked at how daring the timid girl's actions are, but I don't hesitate to reciprocate her actions as I place my right hand on her back and embrace her closely with all my strength while using my left hand to gently pat her head. She doesn't even flinch from me using my full force besides snuggling her face up and down on my chest, which might be a little hurtful in some other scenario, but right now I couldn't care less. Plus, I already knew that she was a superhuman hiding in a slender girl's unassuming body. I continue encouraging her as I whisper, I know it might not sound very reassuring coming from a guy who is in his mid-20s while being level 1, but, as I promised when we met, we will make everyone pay who has wronged you so that you can move on with your life properly. I felt a nod of her head on my chest as she pulled me even closer with her hands. Soon the heavily barred floodgates finally broke down as muted sobs echoed through the corridor. I continued to caress her while embracing her even tighter as I whispered reassurances into her ear, doing all 3 actions at the same time. For a great warrior who was to inherit the clan, showing weakness must have been a big no-no in her life. I'm happy to see her open up to me to this degree, and that she sees me as someone she can show this vulnerable side of hers to. After about 15 minutes, she seems to have calmed down, so I decide to speak up. Sorry for yapping on, but I got really sad when I saw your dejected state of being. I hope I didn't overstep my boundaries. She shakes her head. You didn't. She lessens her gripping strength in her arms, so that my bones can finally take a relaxed breath. I'm the one who should be sorry. I didn't consider your low level and more or less attacked my master. A lesser man would have used this to chance teach me some so-called obedience or whatever, but you instead bore with the suffocating pain and tried to make me feel better. I don't reply. I just continue stroking her head gently. Her silky hair is really pleasant to the touch. She looks up into my eyes after wiping her tears and tilting her neck at quite a steep angle due to the difference in our height, and mumbles with a hint of red on her delicate cheeks. That was my first hug. Not even my parents embraced me as a child. Damn, warrior clan education must be quite harsh in this world with the elders shouting, "There's no place for love and affection on the battlefield," and all that macho jazz. It might create strong soldiers, but also affection-starved humans, it seems. At least her mother could have cuddled with Iam before putting her to sleep or something. But who am I to say? If she wasn't betrayed, she surely would have become an amazing samurai and next head of her clan. She doesn't look a day older than 20. I would say she is at most 22. Unless humans age differently here than on Earth, something to investigate later. And she also spent a year in captivity, but she is already level 14. I wouldn't even be surprised if she spent all her adult years as a slave. Yet she is so strong. So her clan's education was clearly delivering quite the admirable results. I can't hold myself back anymore. Her teary eyes, her crimson cheeks, her tight embrace force my hand. I lift both my hands to her face and cup her cheeks. Then I lean in and kiss her on her forehead. This was not a flirty action on my part. Iam just seemed like someone that really needed some affectionate gestures. She freezes completely, like a deer surrounded by a pack of starving wolves. The samurai girl looks at me with wide, unbelieving eyes for a few long seconds before averting her eyes and instead going back to her previous state of resting her head on my chest as if she was hiding. Then I hear a very flustered, timid voice. "WW, what are you doing? You know I can beat your butt if I want now, right?" I grin. "Oh, really? Go ahead then." A long silence ensues that is only interrupted by my barely audible strokes of her hair. I know that you are an extremely strong, talented, and ambitious woman. I can also tell that you are dealing with some deep-seated trauma, so I would like to let you know that you can hug me or talk to me or whatever you find comforting should you wish to. However, I want to make something very clear to you. This gets her to once again look into my eyes. I have no, or to be more accurate and plain, I have absolutely, utterly zero interest in becoming your friend or big brother figure. She blinks a few times with clear confusion in her eyes. At first you were just a beautiful girl that I found pleasant to look at, but after spending the last few hours with you, I can say with absolute certainty that I want you to become my lover. I believe our personalities have great chemistry, and I find every second spent with you to be pleasant. Before I met you, I was quite confused and a bit lost, but ever since our encounter, things have been fun. I enjoy your company and wish to know you thoroughly, both as a person and as a woman. She meets my gaze for a dozen or so seconds before detaching from my embrace and taking a few steps back. I appreciate your honest words, Quinlan, but right now I simply can't answer your feelings either positively or negatively. I need some time to sort everything out in my head. I nod before grinning at her. That's all I wanted. I didn't expect you to become mine right now. I just wanted to make it clear that you shouldn't see me as just a friend or an emotional outlet. You can, of course, but I want more than that and I won't let you forget it. I pause before continuing. Furthermore, as a warrior woman, I expected you to say, I can't be with someone weaker than me, so I wasn't expecting anything from the start anyway. She smiles before shaking her head. Having a reliable partner sounds comfortable, but I don't need a man to protect me. I want to become the greatest swordmaster in the world, not a housewife hiding behind her husband's back. If I wanted protection, I would have become a servant slave instead of a combat one. I haven't worn a maid outfit yet, but I'm sure it wouldn't look too bad on me. Now that's something we can both agree on, and also something we must clarify with facts that are undeniable beyond a shadow of a doubt. She looks at me questioningly. I clarify for the innocent warrior. I meant that you will wear a maid outfit for me in the future. I am. She shakes her head. In case you didn't read the entirety of my slave contract that you also signed, as your combat slave, you have the right to choose my dresses, but they must be at least somewhat combat-oriented. For example, when we went to the shop today, you could have chosen all the apparel for me, and I had no grounds to reject them as long as they were meant to enhance my effectiveness in battle. If, in that same example, you had forced me to get all kinds of revealing clothes, I could have rejected them on the grounds that you were unnecessarily humiliating me or trying to push me into a role not included in our contract. So I don't understand why you are stating such an impossibility with so much certainty in your voice as if it were a fact. I smile at her mischievously. You misunderstand me. I've read your contract and I'm happy to see how much freedom you have despite your supposed horrendous social status. Even if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't abuse my power over you to humiliate you. I'm saying that you will wear maid outfits, among other sexy ones, out of your own volition, without me even having to ask. I finish my arrogant statement with a playful wink. Her eyes widen as she clenches her hands into fists and stomps on the ground, shouting at me furiously. That will never happen. It's nice to dream big, but you should settle for something realistic. Oh, sweet summer child. The future holds endless possibilities. Well, I don't see a reason to argue with her right now because nothing will come of it anyway. Seeing how her mood has elevated from depression to a very energetic one, I decide to move on and turn to leave, which further angers my slender companion. I hear a "don't ignore me" shout, but I ignore that as well. We spend the next few hours clearing corridors on the first floor. I'm really getting into it now. Ayam rarely needs to step in. She spends most of her time observing me quietly from a close distance. Once I'm done with a fight, she gives me a few pointers to improve myself, but I've not made any giant mistakes since our lengthy discussion. I'm very happy with and proud of my rate of progress. I've now slain 20 level 1 monsters, making me have 62 out of 100 XP. However, I'm getting tired. My mana is also low due to using my innate warrior spell quite a bit. With my low wisdom stat, my mana regenerates very slowly, at the annoyingly laggard rate of 1 mana per 10 minutes. I think it's time we retreat for the day. Or would you prefer to go alone to higher floors? I ask, feeling the weariness in my bones. She shakes her head. No. I would rather mentor you until you become strong enough that we can work together. The faster we become a real team, the better off the both of us are. If I just start going alone, it will be even longer before you catch up. With my 3x XP rate, that might be sooner than she expects. I'm interested to see her surprised face when she realizes it. But for now, I decide to keep it to myself. However, before we leave, we should clear the boss room, she adds. I stop in my tracks, my eyes widening. Boss room? Amazing. This world is simply the best. What are boss rooms exactly? Ayam doesn't seem surprised by my lack of information regarding this topic. By now she is used to my utter newbie status on the continent. At the end of each labyrinth floor, you can find a chamber behind 2 large doors. In each of these boss rooms, a single entity spawns, and they are an upgraded version of one of the monsters found on their respective floor. So, in our case, the boss will be an upgraded version of a steel carapace beetle, shadow wisp, or brambleback, but it will still be level 1. Once we beat the boss, we gain access to the next floor. Pretty simple and easy to understand. Nice. This fight might be too much for the current you, so don't be disappointed if I step in. She continues, to which I simply nod. There was a reason why I wanted to buy a strong person to help me get established in this world. I don't have any issues with being overshadowed by an experienced warrior. We walk through the labyrinth, the atmosphere growing more intense with each step as we approach the boss room. As we turn a corner, we see a small queue of explorers waiting in front of 2 large, ornate doors. The doors are impressive, standing about 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide, made of a dark metal intricately carved with scenes of epic battles. Golden inlays highlight the carvings, making the scenes almost come to life. Large iron handles, shaped like intertwined dragons, complete the formidable look. Ayam explains, here is the cue I mentioned. Clear your mind of useless thoughts and get ready to fight to the best of your ability. We wait our turn, and soon, it's our time to enter. The doors creak open, revealing a massive chamber. At the center stands our opponent, a brutal carapace beetle according to my cute and reliable monster Wikipedia, an upgraded version of the steel carapace beetle. Its exoskeleton glistens with a dark, menacing sheen, its size nearly twice that of the regular monster. The mandibles are larger, more jagged, and emit a clicking sound that echoes throughout the chamber. Its multiple legs, tipped with sharp claws, seem to dig into the stone floor as it prepares to charge. I grip my iron spear tightly, determination coursing through me. Instead of charging, I plant my feet and wait for the beetle to make the first move, remembering Ayam's advice on patience and defense. The beetle's eyes lock onto mine, and in an instant, it lunges forward with surprising speed for its size. Stay light on your feet, Ayam advises. Watch its movements carefully. As the beetle charges, I sidestep quickly, barely avoiding the deadly mandibles. The beetle crashes into the spot where I was standing, stone chips flying from the impact. Good dodge, Ayam calls out. Now, just like you did for the regular beetles, aim for its joints when it's recovering from an attack. I take a deep breath, adjusting my grip on the spear. I thrust forward, aiming for the vulnerable joints where the beetle's exoskeleton is thinner. My spear connects, but only grazes the surface. The beetle recovers quickly, turning to face me again with a screech of rage. Your stance is wrong. Remember to keep your elbows in and pivot on your back foot. Ayam calls out, reminding me of her earlier lessons. I adjust my posture and prepare for the beetle's next move. It lunges again, and this time I'm ready. I dodge to the side and thrust my spear into its exposed side, feeling a satisfying crunch as the tip penetrates the softer part of its armor. The beetle screeches, thrashing in pain. I try to press the advantage, but it swings a clawed leg at me, forcing me to retreat. Good strike. Keep the pressure on. Iam encourages. But don't get reckless. The beetle lunges at me once more, and I dodge, but my foot slips on the uneven floor. I lose my balance, and the beetle's claw grazes my arm, drawing a thin line of blood. I grit my teeth, ignoring the pain. Seeing my struggle, Iam steps in, her movements swift and precise. She blocks the beetle's follow-up attack with her sword and swiftly counters, slashing at its exposed joints. "Watch closely," she says, her voice calm and focused. "You did aim for the weak points, but you were sluggish and overeager. Attacking too soon can be just as wrong as being slow." She moves gracefully, exploiting the beetle's vulnerabilities with each strike. Within moments, the beetle collapses, defeated. Iam turns to me, offering a reassuring smile. "You did pretty well." Normally low-level explorers like you form big teams of similarly beginner individuals and tackle the first floor using numbers. This method often incurs quite a few deaths and career-ending injuries, so you really shouldn't be ashamed due to my heavy interference. She seems perturbed for some reason. We already established that I have no such issues. I have to think for a few moments before it clicks. "Ah, are you worried that a woman helping me is hurting my masculinity?" Iam examines my expression for a few seconds before nodding. I can only chuckle wryly. "I really don't care. Anyhow, aren't you women pretty much equal to men power-wise on this continent? Or do you get less attributes?" She shakes her head. "No. Everyone gets 1 to each attribute upon leveling up, and 5 points you are free to spend however you see fit. The disadvantage we women face is at level 1, because most decently fit adult males will have on average 10 starting attribute points in strength, agility, and vitality, but us females have on average 8 in those. By the time one reaches my level, this initial disadvantage basically disappears entirely." I nod repeatedly while receiving the new information. That means I'm a completely average healthy male because I have 10 in each attribute. She then continues, "However, there's still an ugly and quite annoying stigma of women combatants being below men. Despite there being a lot of strong and well-known women, such as Sword Saintess Rose, who I looked up to quite a lot while growing up, a lot of males would have felt insulted by me saving them, especially because I don't have a physically imposing figure or personal fame. I can't help but laugh at their stupidity. Iam, please erase such useless thoughts from your mind. If I get killed because you are afraid of hurting my ego, then I will cry in the afterlife and come back to haunt you. Instead of feeling ashamed, I'm proud to have such an awesome teammate. You want to be the strongest sword user in the world, right? You can't accomplish such a lofty goal if you worry about nonsensical stuff." A happy smile creeps up onto her face. "Okay. I can't help but laugh at their stupidity. Iam, please erase such useless thoughts from your mind. If I get killed because you are afraid of hurting my ego, then I will cry in the afterlife and come back to haunt you. Instead of feeling ashamed, I'm proud to have such an awesome teammate. You want to be the strongest sword user in the world, right? You can't accomplish such a lofty goal if you worry about nonsensical stuff." A happy smile creeps up onto her face. "Okay. Furthermore, I want all my wives to be strong. Don't you think it's extremely romantic to fight shoulder to shoulder with your lover? Who needs housewives when I can create a harem of powerful women who shine brilliantly on the battlefield? Maybe there's something wrong with my head, but to me that sounds extremely hot." My samurai girl shakes her head disappointedly. "Yes, there must be something wrong with your head. Most men who create a battle harem want to outshine all of them, often being the only frontliner with the women taking up supportive roles." She then glances away and whispers under her breath, "Though I can see the appeal of fighting shoulder to shoulder with one's beloved." I grin victoriously. "I knew you would understand. It's certainly very manly to protect your women behind your broad shoulders, but how much sexier is it if a strong woman fights her own battles and emerges victorious? To be honest, I don't really care for pretty little princesses that cheer me on from the sidelines, but I do for strong and independent ladies." "Well, I'm glad to hear I don't have to worry about you getting jealous of my prowess, but I hope you didn't misunderstand my earlier actions of hugging you. They were just a momentary lapse of judgment due to my sudden emotional weakness. Naturally. Sorry if I've been talking too much recently. I find it very easy to converse with you. Let's get out of here before I bore you to death. I bend down to pick up the boss monster's dropped loot. Another carapace item, this one larger than the rest. We begin walking back toward the entrance of the labyrinth, chatting along the way. How much do you think our haul will fetch? Ask. I honestly have no idea. Prices vary from city to city, and as a future duchess, I didn't really bother remembering the prices of these low-value items. I hope we at least break even with the labyrinth entrance fees. Otherwise, we'll have to look into different avenues for earning coins. She glances at me worriedly. I can already tell what she's thinking. When I bought her, she agreed to something that was a part of my demands. Don't worry, I have no plans to start thieving just yet. Maybe later down the line, when we have a fat target ready to be squeezed dry and only after thorough investigation. We won't become trashy pickpockets stealing 20 bronze coins from construction workers and farmers. You're a warrior with no stealth skills, so that would be a quick recipe for getting our hands chopped off. High risk for very little reward. Ayam releases a happy sigh and her body visibly relaxes. I don't know how to tell you this gently, but I have a way for us to earn some silver coins without doing anything overly illegal, and it's only a day's worth of work. That catches her attention. Yesterday, before I came to Aldoria, I saw a merchant carriage get pillaged by a dozen or so goblins. The merchants lost, which resulted in the males getting killed and the females getting hauled off. I took this opportunity to liberate the carriage from its now ownerless crates. Her eyes widen with disbelief. And you just let them get taken away? I examine her for a few seconds before nodding nonchalantly. Yeah, of course I did. I was a level 1 nobody against a dozen armed goblins. What do you expect from me? I didn't even have weapons back then. I picked up the guards, which is where yours came from, by the way. She grits her teeth and looks at her iron sword with a hint of sadness. I'm happy to see that she doesn't throw it away at least. I have no savior complex. I am an opportunistic hedonist. I have no wish to hide this facet of me from you. I believe that while heroes burn amazingly bright, inspiring the masses all over the world, their flames fade and extinguish just as swiftly as they ignite. I want to lead a consistent, happy and pleasurable life where I live for a long time as the one on top of the pyramid. I pause for a second before looking deep into her eyes. I want to be the strongest existence that no one even dares think of opposing. That is my end goal. Her body freezes completely, except for her eyelids that open and close a few times in a rapid fashion. Is it that big of a shock? Maybe coming from a level 1's mouth it sounds like a madman's ramblings. She soon confirms my thoughts. Despite you being a complete beginner with little resources to your name, wanting a harem of powerful and beautiful women is a lofty but understandable dream that a lot of humans can understand, me included. But you also want to be God. The goddess is on top of the pyramid, as you prefer to call it, so do you wish to usurp her position? I wait for a few seconds before shaking my head. It's way too early to say such things. For now, let's just leave it at the fact that I will never stop looking for ways to grow stronger. And neither should you, even if it means going against the currently established and accepted rules. I take a breath and then continue. If you no longer wish to debate the morality of my actions regarding the goblin attack, we should start to think about what to do with the crates. I hid them in the forest, so there's a good chance no one found them. I did a brief market research, and their value should be more than 20 silver coins, but we can't sell them in Aldoria because the merchant only sold them here, so we'd get busted. Unless you have a better idea, we'll have to rent a mule and a carriage and take the wares to a different town a small distance away. Thankfully, Ayam doesn't seem to wish to linger on the topic of my dubious actions, but to be fair, I did specifically warn her that if she chose to come with me, we wouldn't be doing everything by the law. She ponders the situation for a few seconds before replying. All right, first of all, we should check if the crates are still there. With our lack of funds, renting a vehicle and mule and not getting any profit out of it means we can't even enter the labyrinth to make money, and we'll have to either rob people or work some menial jobs. I don't even know if we have enough money to rent in the first place. After we confirm the existence of the wares, we'll have to ask around for someone willing to rent them out. I would prefer to upgrade our equipment before we undertake this task, but that would take us a long time at our current pace of progression. I nod. Sounds like a plan. We exit the labyrinth, stepping into the cool evening air. The sky is painted with hues of orange and pink, and the bustling sounds of the town are a welcome contrast to the eerie silence of the labyrinth. It's late, Iam observes, looking up at the sky. We should head to a shop to sell these monster materials before it gets too dark. Good idea. Let's see what we can get for our haul. I reply. Iam adjusts the bag on her back, filled with the materials we collected, and we make our way through the winding streets of Aldoria. The streets are still fairly crowded with townsfolk finishing their business, and the occasional adventurer or merchant passing by. Eventually, we arrive at a shop with a wooden sign swinging gently in the evening breeze. The sign reads, Garen's Monster Materials and Curiosities, and a warm light spills out from the windows, casting a welcoming glow onto the street. Iam pushes the door open, and a bell jingles above us as we step inside. The shop is filled with shelves and tables laden with various items, from weapons and armor to potions and trinkets. Behind the counter stands a burly man with a thick beard, his sharp eyes scanning us as we approach. Evening, explorers. He greets us with a nod. What can I do for you today? We have some monster materials we'd like to sell. I say with a hint of tiredness in my voice. I didn't feel it in the labyrinth, but now that we are out of the danger zone, exhaustion is beginning to crash down on me. Iam sets the bag on the counter and opens it, emptying the contents onto the desk. Various shells, essences, and thorns spill out. Garen strokes his beard thoughtfully as he examines the items. He pulls out a few, turning them over in his hands and inspecting them closely. Nothing extraordinary, he murmurs. Steel carapace beetle shells, shadow wisp essences, brambleback thorns. I see these a lot. The carapace is nearly worthless for armor, and the rest are common at best. He picks up the larger carapace item from the boss beetle. This, however, is a bit more interesting. Good for grinding into powder for alchemy. Garen retrieves a ledger from beneath the counter and starts jotting down notes. After a few minutes, he looks up and gives us a nod. All right, for everything here, I can offer you 30 bronze coins. Fair enough. Iam and I exchange a glance. Fuck, this way less than we hoped. With 40 bronze to enter the labyrinth, about 40 more of general daily expenses means we simply can't clear the labyrinth to make a living at this point. 60 bronze coins, I blurt out, shamelessly doubling his offer after equipping my merchant class and using my lesser barter ability. I then realized that I didn't actually need to equip the class, as I can use its spells even if it's set as a secondary class and not the primary, so I swap it back. Garen raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. He looks over the materials again, his gaze lingering on the boss beetle's carapace before heartily laughing. 60, you say? Boy, that's quite a jump from my initial offer. What makes you think these common materials are worth that much? Novice explorers bring these trashy items to me in bulk. I maintain eye contact, projecting as much confidence as I can muster. The boss beetle carapace is indeed more valuable than the rest, but consider the volume we've brought you. The shells and essences might be common, but they're in excellent condition. Plus, the powder from the carapace can be used in high-demand alchemical potions. I spout some bullshit that comes to mind. I have no idea what I'm saying at all. Garen's laughter dies down as he scrutinizes the materials once more, this time with a more critical eye. High-demand alchemical potions, you say? He leans back, crossing his arms over his chest. You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. But guts alone won't change the market value of these goods. Iam steps closer, her presence adding a subtle weight to the negotiation. Perhaps the market is flooded with these materials, but our consistent supply can ensure you always have stock, Garen. That reliability should count for something. Would you look at this devious girl? I honestly didn't think she had it in her. Maybe she is going to adjust to my way of life sooner than expected. Supply? What supply? We are about to leave the town, and even if we do return, I will do a thorough market research when I have the time to find the best buyer for my items. I'm just too tired now. Shops are also closing, and we need the money for tomorrow if we decide to go ahead with the plan. Garen grunts, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You've got a point, lass. Consistent supply is worth its weight in gold. Well, not literally if all you bring me is from the lower floors, but you do get the point. He looks back at me, his eyes narrowing slightly. Alright, I'll play along for once, but 60 bronze is still a stretch. How about 45 bronze coins? That's more than what I would give to my friend's son, who is also a novice explorer like you too. I keep my expression steady, despite the urge to accept his offer immediately. The lesser barter ability is pushing me to aim higher. How about 50 bronze coins, Garen? 5 more coins should be nothing to a well-off and long-established merchant such as yourself, while for us beginners it can be the difference between life or death. Garen's eyes flash with a mix of amusement and respect. He leans forward, placing his large hands on the counter. 50 bronze coins, huh? You're a shrewd one, even playing to my heartstrings. Alright, 50 it is, but only if you promise me that you will treat your slave well in exchange, youngster. My grandma used to work as a maid for the Fujimori clan and she was very well treated. In fact, she and my grandpa were the ones who established this shop using their accumulated savings thanks to her high salary. I don't know nor care how someone from that clan lost their freedom, but I still don't wish to see her mistreated. We are both taken aback. I am especially looks shocked by this revelation. Her eyes widen, and she stares at Garen with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Your grandmother worked for my clan? She asks, her voice soft but incredulous. In the meantime, I realize that the fact that just looking at Iam was enough to recognize her origins means that there are very few Asian-looking individuals on this continent, with the possibility of her extended family being the only ones becoming quite plausible. Garen nods, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, she did. Spoke highly of the Fujimori family. Said they were honorable and fair. So, when I see you here, I see a bit of that old respect and loyalty. I don't know how the clan does these days, but back then working for them was a great honor for us common folk. Iam's expression softens, and she bows her head slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Garen. I appreciate your concern and your fair dealing. I promise, Quinlan has treated me with respect and fairness. Garen nods, satisfied. Good to hear. Now, let's get you those 50 bronze coins. He counts out the coins and hands them to me. I pocket the money, feeling a sense of joy and relief. Pleasure doing business with you, Garen says, his tone warmer now. Remember, rare materials fetch a good price here. Keep me in mind. We will, I reply. Thanks for the deal. As we exit Garen's Monster Emporium, the clink of the coins in my pocket is a reassuring sound. Then I give said pouch to my lovely companion because good luck to any petty thieves who attempt to take it from her. The streets are quieter now, with only a few people still out and about. Good job in there, Iam says, her eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and curiosity. I didn't know you were good at bartering. I shrug modestly. It's nothing special, but thanks for the praise. I then can't help but grin at her. Reliable supply, huh? I didn't think my precious samurai was capable of spouting such nonsense. Her cheeks reddened to a tomato shade. It was the first time I did something shameful like this. I was just trying to help you out. But if I knew he had old ties to my family, I wouldn't have said those things. I feel so guilty right now. I pat her shoulder lightly. Don't mind it, Iam. The merchant way of life is just as hard as the combatants from a certain viewpoint. These people have the thickest skins in the world. Since it's very easy to tell your social status due to your iron collar, he should know that the only way for you to become a slave is that you were exiled from your clan, which means you don't have a way to verify his story anyways. Maybe he made all of this up to seem more likable. I honestly wouldn't be surprised even if the 50 coins he paid was too little for our haul in reality. Anyways, if we decide to live in Aldoria for the time being after we are done with our errand, we can come back to this shop and see if a long-term relationship is possible between us. Her body seems to relax a little upon hearing my reasoning. Doing bad things for a good girl like Iam must have been hard mentally. I didn't know it was so easy to tell that you were from that clan. Doesn't that mean we have to worry about someone kidnapping you? You might have lost your value as a political hostage, but what about some petty revenge? Or what about random powerful men who simply wish to try out an exotic beauty like you? I wasn't aware that people from your continent were so scarce. Aren't we in danger? She thinks for a few seconds before replying. Not particularly. Of course, danger is always around the corner, but while you can only find people with my features in the clan, said clan has over 100,000 members. If people realized that I was the heiress to the clan, things might change, but the rude individuals of this continent say that we all look the same to them. Also, taking me from you by force would be foolish because doing so would alert the slave house and the authorities. This collar binds my life but in a way also protects it. Otherwise, there would be no reason to title slaves with different work types. If the master is stronger than the combat/labor/service slave, he or she could just force themselves upon the slave. However, the contract protects the slave from becoming a sex slave. Oh, that makes sense. We don't dwell on the topic any longer. I leave the part of the town that is closest to the labyrinth, because this area is specialized for explorers and adventurers with various shops targeting them. I would rather not stay in this place until I become a bit stronger, as living among people that are all stronger than me feels very unnerving and uncomfortable. Let's go pick up our stuff from the inn. Would you prefer to stay there for the night or find a new one? I inquire. I don't have a preference. We can stay there if the price is good. She replies nonchalantly. The two of us don't talk anymore until we reach our destination. I was a bit worried that I would get swindled because I have a general trust issue towards humanity in general, but after checking, I'm happy to see nothing missing. The innkeepers kept their word and stored our items for the day. We decided to rent the same room I was occupying last night, and we also paid for dinner for two and a bucket of hot water with a rag to clean ourselves afterwards. Altogether, the cost came to 33 bronze coins, making us have 1 silver and 59 bronze coins to our name. This once again shows how little money we made today. Though, to be fair, it was an afternoon's worth of work only, but a single construction worker is said to earn 50 bronze a day, so we can't be happy with today's haul, especially because we earned 50 only after some serious haggling. Anyhow, once I get stronger, our income rate should skyrocket, so I'm not depressed. The meal was very delicious, especially after the hard work we've put in today. My first day of being a combatant was thrilling, exciting and fulfilling, but also exhausting. I'm drained of energy. We head back to our room and a servant brings us the bucket of hot water we paid an extra bronze coin for. Sadly, nothing sensual happens. We didn't wash each other's bodies or anything like that. Well, not that I was expecting to do so, but a man can hope, no? My hopes were crushed mercilessly when she told me to wipe first while she meditated for a bit. She then bathed after me, and I was explicitly instructed to go for a 5-minute walk, to which I obediently complied. I don't know if I could have insisted on staying and watching due to the contract, but I had no intention to abuse my master status over her. It was Iam's first day outside the slave house in a year, and I didn't want her to be uncomfortable. Not that I have plans to peek at her at a later date. I am a gentleman, after all. She will undress herself willingly in front of my observant eyes soon enough. By the time I got back to the room, I found her lying on the floor, using her clothes as a makeshift pillow and blanket. It doesn't look comfortable one bit. She spent the entire day patiently instructing me, and she even saved my life at least a dozen times. I simply can't allow this. Come on, Iam. Go sleep on the bed, you deserve it. She turns to look at me. You worked hard today, Quinlan. You are also my master. There's no reason for me to sleep there. I insist. So do I. Why must she be so hard-headed about the most useless stuff? She tends to be so lax about these things. In the restaurant, she always orders whatever the specialty is. All right. Then come up so that we can both sleep on the bed. I can see her looking at me with accusatory eyes. Really? We've been through this dance already, Iam. If I molest you or something, you can beat me up. I don't feel comfortable with my precious teacher sleeping on the floor next to me. All right. That seems to have made her relent. Nice. We both lie in the bed now, at a respectable distance from each other. She turns to her sides, showing me her back. I glance at the ceiling and look over the various system stuff I've neglected so far. Ever since I bought Iam, I was a slave master, but I didn't even check the class specifics. Slave master. Basic evil class. Effect. Minor wisdom increase. Base skill. Slave status monitor. Slave status monitoring. Allows the slave master to examine his or her slave's status windows. Evil class? Why? Slavery is legally accepted is the goddess against slavery. But then why allow it to exist? I don't believe for a second that she is so weak that she can't send a message to her temples or something saying that anyone owning a slave is a heretic. Wait, how do I level this class even? The others are pretty straightforward, but this, as I think that I somehow delve deeper into the description, and a leveling explanation appears. To level up the slave master class, one needs to make good use of their slaves. The universal leveling method is to have one's slaves level up their classes or normal levels. But there are more effective job-specific methods as well. For labor slaves, have them work diligently and finish projects to a satisfactory degree. The better the end result, calculated as more income or recognition the master receives, the more XP the slave master receives. For service slaves, have them provide elegant and tasteful service on a regular basis. The more impressive and prestigious they make their owner look, the more XP the slave master receives. For sex slaves, have them satisfy their partner's sexual urges. The more satisfied they leave, the more XP the slave master receives. Furthermore, if their sexual services are provided for a monetary compensation, the more income they bring to their master, the more XP the slave master receives. For combat slaves, have them triumph over foes. The stronger, the more XP the slave master receives. Have them represent their master in tournaments, duels, exhibitions, and the more fame they earn for their owner, the more XP the slave master receives. Very detailed and thought out, I must admit. I don't really think I want to level this class though. I mean, wouldn't a mage or another epic class be much cooler? Furthermore, I don't think I want to spend more money on acquiring good slaves. Can't I just meet some nice people that are not contractually chained to me? Makes me feel a little pathetic. Moving on, the innate skill is very intriguing. I instantly check IAM's window out with childlike excitement spread throughout my body. Name, IAM. Race, human. Title, dash, level 14. XP 250/3029. Class, Samurai LVL 14. Vitality, 50. Strength, 49. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 23. Wisdom, 23. Unused skill points, 2. Unused attribute points, 0. The first thing that stands out to me is her name, IAM. It lacks the Fujimori surname. It seems that once she was exiled, she lost the right in the system's eyes to call herself by her clan's name. How cruel. The second is that she only gained 9 XP throughout the day. Yes, it was me who did most of the killing, but that is still laughable if I consider how much she needs. Really, she is only there to teach me. Leveling her up on the first floor would take decades. The third is that she doesn't have the primary and secondary class distinction. She is a samurai and that's it. Furthermore, she has the same class level and normal level. I can only assume that people that have trained in a single class have the same level in both categories. And lastly, yeah, her stats are kinda insane. She said that each level up increases each attribute by 1, which means she didn't spend a single free point on int or wis. Well, that is as long as she started at 10 in both as level 1. It's understandable though, for a melee warrior those attributes are not necessary, especially when compared to the other 3. I summon my own window to take a look at it as well. Name, Quinlan Noir. Race, Primordial. Title, dash, Primordial level, 1. XP 70/100. Primary class, Warrior LVL 2. Secondary classes, Slave Master LVL 1. Merchant LVL 1. Thief LVL 2. Vitality, 11. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 10. Unused skill points, 0. Unused attribute points, 0. I already have 2 classes that are level 2 while my main level is still at 1. I can only draw up the theory that primordials have a difference here. After seeing IAM stats, I feel a bit saddened by mine for a second before telling myself that this is only the second day I spent in this world. Furthermore, I realize that the benefits the attributes provide are not linear. According to IAM's 50 agility, she should be only 5 times faster than me. But that can't be true. I know for a fact that she didn't go all out today, and I sometimes couldn't even follow her movements with my eyes, much less react to them in time. I then glance at the section which I've ignored all this time. Unused skill points, 0. I am had 2 unused points. I'm curious now. Use unused skill points to unlock rare classes once other requirements are met. Use unused skill points to unlock spells and abilities once other requirements are met. Wow, so this is incredibly important. I can't waste points thoughtlessly. I check what I can unlock right now. A thief-specific spell is the first I notice. Spell: Lesser Lockpicking. Increased chances of successfully opening locks using proper tools. Requirements: Thief LVL 1, and used skill points 2. Interesting. I check a few more. They are rather basic, with only needing a few class levels and unused points such as Power Strike, Battle Cry, Lesser Pickpocket. As I go lower on the list, things are getting more interesting. My eyes widen with surprise when I read the next spell. Spell: Slave Contract. Force a slave contract on a defenseless and defeated individual or on those that willingly don't resist. The caster can mandate the contract clauses, but in case the receiver is willingly participating, they have to accept the clauses before the contract is formed. Requirements: Slave Master LVL 10/Slave Merchant LVL 15. And used skill points 10. Now I'm starting to understand why the goddess considers this class evil. It's also nice to see that a single spell can be unlocked by different classes. It creates some flexibility and variety. I keep looking. My body completely freezes in the next second, and I can't help but grab my precious friend in my right hand. Primordial Breeding Physique. Primordials are unique existences with the greatest adaptability in not only combat, but also reproduction. Primordials are capable of conceiving offspring with any race, and to make the process effective, their physique can be adapted to satisfy a large number of partners. Primordial breeding physique upgrades one's body's interior and exterior to give the best environment to sire as many children as possible. Requirements: Primordial race, Primordial level 3, and used skill points 3. What the fuck? I need this shit. Right this instant. Not that I'm embarrassed by my current physique. Not at all. But this sounds simply amazing. After I calm down a little, I realize that perhaps this should be pushed a bit further behind on the priority list of unlockables. Getting good classes and spells should come first, right? Fuck, I'm really tempted to unlock this first. Would I grow taller? My little bro bigger? What would happen? Could I come buckets? Would it taste like some divine honey to the receiver? Before I get overly excited, I force myself to move on. It isn't an easy task. Now what's this? I can't help but whisper as I reach the end of the list and check out the last item. Unique class: Primordial Villain. A one-of-a-kind class available only to Quinlan Noir. Getting ahead in life comes naturally for the Primordial Villain. The Primordial Villain faces very little moral dilemmas throughout their life and is among the most methodical, cunning, and ruthless individuals one might be unlucky enough to come across during their lifetime. Requirements: Primordial race, 3 of the following: Assassin LVL 10/Thief LVL 10/Necromancer LVL 10/Cultist LVL 10/Slave Master LVL 10/Bandit LVL 10/Pirate LVL 10/Kidnapper LVL 10. And used skill points 5. Oh, dear goddess, what is this? Wait, does this mean that the goddess herself created a class for me? And she thought that this was the one most fitting for my person? How can her image of me be so low? Really? I feel so insulted now. I'm not such a scumbag, right? Right? Why not make me the primordial mercenary or something? I don't think of myself as innately evil, I just don't really feel much empathy for outsiders. I don't wish to unlock this stupid class. I will just become a warrior, mage, healer, tank hybrid or something. Sounds OP enough for me. Just out of curiosity, I check out the Primordial Villain class in more detail. Unique class: Primordial Villain. Effect: increased HP, great. Increased MP, great. Increased vitality, medium. Increased strength, medium. Increased agility, medium. Increased intelligence, medium. Increased wisdom, medium. I'm utterly speechless. What the hell is this? All my classes provide me only with a single minor increase as their effect. Just the great HP increase alone is amazing, as I don't really wish to see it reach the number 0. Combined with the rest, I don't know what to say. Just to compare it with a rare class, I summon IAM's Samurai class details. Rare class, Samurai. Effects: increased vitality, minor. Increased strength, minor. Increased agility, minor. Base skill, vertical slash. Well, she at least has an innate skill which primordial villain lacks, but otherwise. I let out a defeated sigh. Shit. I think I might just have to become a villain. I tactfully inform my companion. She doesn't reply for a good 10 seconds before I hear a tired grunt. Huh. I'm too stunned by all the new information to elaborate properly, and soon I hear a defeated sigh from my lovely companion, who then completely ignores me for the rest of the night. Day 3. We wake up in the early morning refreshed and quite energetic. I can tell from Iam's expression that she is very happy to finally sleep in a bed without being chained to it. Her serene smile, softened by the morning light, is a welcome change from the guarded look she wore when we first met. After a dozen or so minutes of getting ready, we leave the room and this time we check out properly from the inn. Following our plan, we journey on foot to where I hid the merchant crates to check their existence and the status of the wares. The morning air is crisp, and the forest is alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. Iam walks beside me, her eyes scanning our surroundings with practiced vigilance. It takes us a few hours to get to the vicinity and an extra hour for me to find the exact location of the hidden crates, but we succeed after a short while. As we search, Iam's patience shines once more, as she doesn't rush me despite me fumbling around the forest foliage like a fool. I love this aspect of her. If she was impatient, I would feel stressed, but now I just feel calm and a bit of excitement for the future. Her presence is a steadying force, and I appreciate her more with each passing moment. We inspect the crates and are quite relieved to find that everything is all right. The wares inside are in decent condition. The perishables aren't rotten, though they are far from fresh. I'm uncertain about their market value in this state, but I hope they'll still fetch a reasonable price. Watch out! Iam shouts suddenly, breaking my focus. I spin around, grabbing my spear and assume a defensive stance. My eyes scan the surroundings for the source of her alarm. A few small green creatures, no taller than a child and with beady eyes glinting malevolently, come into view. They have ragged clothing and crude weapons slung over their shoulders. Their presence is accompanied by the high-pitched, discordant sound of their voices. Scree! One of them screeches. One of the creatures, who appears to be their leader, points at us with a clawed hand. Pretty woman! It cackles, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. Then it turns its gaze to me, and with a mocking sneer adds, Man ugly! Kill! Thanks, buddy. Love you too. I mutter under my breath, trying to maintain my composure despite the absurdity of the situation. Goblin sorry, Quinlan. I failed to detect them in time somehow. I'm not the best at surveillance, damn. Now I feel so ashamed. My samurai kept berating herself for this supposed failure. Well, she did sense them in the end, but only once they got quite close to us. Don't mind it, Iam. I was thinking of adding a good dog girl to the party soon. Her nose should sense these filthy creatures from miles away. Even I can smell their piss-covered skin, so fucking disgusting to be honest. Why not a good dog boy? She teases, which I completely ignore. A man in my party? Good joke, woman. I can only see 3 of them, do you sense any more? Nope, it should be a scout party. They might be part of the same raider group you encountered before. What do you think about me handling this? I can tell by your lax attitude that you can slaughter them easily. Might be good training for me. She smiles and nods at me. I was just about to suggest that. I will shadow you and step in should the need arise. Don't rush and use their lacking intellect and the superior reach of your spear, as well as your longer limbs, to your advantage. With a deep breath, I nod and take a step forward, brandishing my spear. The goblin's sneering expressions only increase my disgust-fueled determination. I tighten my grip and prepare for the brutal encounter. Power surge. I activate my innate warrior spell with a roar. The first goblin lunges at me with its rusty dagger. I sidestep its clumsy attack and thrust my spear into its side, the blade sinking into its flesh. The goblin lets out a gurgled scream, but it doesn't go down. With a quick follow-up, I pull the spear out and thrust again, this time aiming for its chest. Blood pours from the wound like an open faucet, and the goblin collapses, lifeless. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP. I barely have time to process the kill before the second goblin charges at me, swinging its club wildly. I parry the blow with the shaft of my spear and counter with a jab to its throat. The goblin staggers but remains standing. I adjust my grip and drive the spear into its gut, twisting it to maximize the damage. The goblin chokes and drops to its knees, clutching its stomach before falling to the ground. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP. You've reached Primordial level 2. Warrior LVL 2-3. Nice. I can't help but cheer inwardly. The XP drop is much better here than in the first floor of the labyrinth, especially when we factor in my 3 times increased rate. Goblins are simple creatures that are easy to kill with a long spear and the barebones training I received from IAM yesterday, even more so than the level 1 labyrinth monsters I've encountered. The leader, witnessing the swift demise of its comrades, hesitates for a moment before letting out a furious screech. Scree! It rushes at me with surprising speed, its dagger aimed at my chest. I deflect the blade with my spear and kick the goblin back, sending it sprawling to the ground. Before it can recover, I pin it down with my spear, the sharp point pressing against its throat. Stop struggling, I command, my voice cold and steady. The goblin flails its limbs around for a moment, then freezes, its beady eyes wide with fear. I glance at Iam, who stands ready to intervene, but she remains in the background, trusting me to handle the situation. Iam, I want to hunt more goblins. She nods approvingly. I can see a happy curve form on her lips as well. Maybe we can save the women you saw get kidnapped. They certainly won't be the same after 2 days of goblin captivity, but they still deserve a chance at life. Oh, there's that too. I might have forgot about those 2 completely. I got a bit bloodthirsty from seeing how much XP they give for how simple creatures they are. With my increased XP gain from being primordial, I could farm some good levels here. You muckrat, tell us, do you have any treasures in your home? I ask from the captured goblin. Is that seriously your first question? I don't believe this. For some strange reason, my cute companion is furious with me? Yes, many shinies. We raid village. It shouts frantically. Women too. You take pick. 1 free. Gobo ask boss for you. I look into his eyes and I can see a strange, cunning glint. It's not hard to tell that his genius master plan is to lead us into the midst of his tribe and have all of them gang up on us. I have to do my utmost to hold back my laughter. The simplicity of these creatures are pretty amusing. I would estimate them to have the intelligence level of a 10-year-old child from Earth. How many goblins are there? Iam inquires. Gobo no speak woman. Gobo breed woman. His unexpectedly misogynist response destroys Iam's serene expression for a brief moment before she swiftly regains her cool. She is clearly way above getting offended by a goblin. Perhaps some modern feminist ideology is in desperate need of being introduced into goblin society. I stab my spear into its shoulder. Gobo yes speak woman. I shout at him with a certain amount of amusement in my tone. It's more fun to speak like a stupid little goblin than I expected. He cries out with an ear-piercing scream, clutching his other hand at my still embedded spear, desperately attempting to pull it out. Aha! Gobo speak woman. I hurry him along kindly. Answer then, you retarded midget. I don't pull out my spear because he is getting somewhat relaxed once again, and I know that doing so would pain him even further. He then looks inwardly and begins counting 1 by 1 as he remembers them. Gob 1, Gub 2, Gib 3. Mai and Iam's eyes meet during his recounting session, and I can see tiredness in her gaze. I find this whole situation kind of funny, but for some reason she doesn't. Perhaps she is eager to save the captives so she can't enjoy the moment. Or maybe she had already dealt with enough goblins in her life. She speaks up. Alright, stop counting. Can you instead tell us how many boars your tribe could eat in a day? Gobo, think 3. Which direction is your camp? Where Gobo come from? Do you have any traps laid around your camp? What is trap? How many captives do you have? Gobo, remember blonde one. Red 2. He begins slowly counting once again. Okay, stop. She grimaces before saying, how many days would it take you to mate with all the captives? Oh, Gobo, do it in 10 days. Why does he know this instantly but take minutes to count the number of captives? How strong is your boss? Is he a goblin? No. Gupta, Gypta hobgoblin. 3 strong. Very. It's clear that Iam knows how to interrogate this simple creature. So I don't interfere and simply watch the proceedings with keen interest. She glances my way and nods. I don't need words to understand her meaning. The interrogation is over. I lift my spear blade out of his shoulder, receiving screeching cries as my reward, before I plunge it into his throat. You've slain Goblin, level 3. You've gained 29 XP. 29 XP is one short of being the XP gain equivalent of 10 level 1 monsters from the first labyrinth floor. To be fair, Gobo was level 3, but even then, the comparison can't be made less clear. However, the labyrinth still has plenty of advantages. Firstly, you know exactly what kind of enemies you may face, and what their levels will be. Yes, farming goblins here is much faster, but who knows when a LVL 50 raid boss werewolf pack shows up. Secondly, out in the wild you have to spend lots of time searching for opponents, while they spawn in front of you in the labyrinth. Thirdly, wild monsters don't disintegrate to drop loot. We either have to learn to butcher them or not gain any monetary rewards for killing them. I'm sure there are more, but I don't wish to linger on this topic more in face of the danger we are about to dive into. So, Miss Interrogator, care to divulge your findings? I ask playfully. She doesn't hesitate for a second as she answers matter-of-factly. Goblins eat at a very rough estimate 1 boar a day if there's about 15 of them. He said 3, so we can make a somewhat educated guess that we are facing a tribe made up of roughly 30 to 50 goblins, led by 3 hobgoblins. She pauses for a second before continuing with evident disgust in her eyes. Goblins, for whatever reason, are biologically incapable of ejaculating more than once a day, so there are 10 captive women. This is also an estimate because I wouldn't be surprised if this filth didn't remember properly how many captives they have. Good job, Iam. I take it you've had to deal with goblins before. She nods. Yeah, I defended my clan's territory with my father a few times, and we came across them quite often. I see we are quite lucky then. What can you tell me about hobgoblins? Hobgoblins are basically evolved goblins. Monsters have no classes, but they can evolve into a higher existence when they meet certain level requirements, which for goblins happens at level 10. They have only slightly less intelligence than a human. They are strong like a trained soldier and can handle more intricate weapons. Don't even think of fighting them, Quinlan. I will be the one to deal with them. Naturally, I had no such intentions, so I quickly oblige. Alright, we shouldn't rush in there, but try to pick off as many stragglers as we can. Agreed, but Quinlan, I feel that I must inform you that this is all very risky. I don't know if I can protect you properly against these numbers, especially if I have to face 3 hobgoblins at the same time with such shoddy equipment. I understand if you would rather return to Aldoria and alert the guards. They will be here in 5 or so hours if we go immediately. I can tell from her strained expression that she wishes to save the women right this moment. Who knows what horrors they would face in that time span. Well, I do have an inkling, but let's leave it at that. Naturally, I don't wish to give such a tasty XP farm to someone else. So despite for different reasons, we reach the same conclusion. We wish to fight them right as we are. Yes, I'm risking my life, but the rewards are simply too tantalizing. If I kill dozens of goblins, oops, I'm salivating. I am. Sometimes a gentleman must risk his life to save defenseless maidens. I will not run and face the challenge head on. I might be calculative, but I'm no coward. When the situation demands, I charge in. I shout energetically. She looks at me surprised for a few seconds, but then smiles approvingly. Seeing her be so proud of me makes me feel quite happy. I've just earned some brownie points. Naturally, if I didn't find them such good XP farm subjects, I would be on my way back to Aldoria to rent my merchant carriage. But some things are best left unsaid. I summon my status window. Name: Quinlan Noir. Race: Primordial. Title: Primordial level 2. XP 33/130. Primary class: Warrior LVL 3. Secondary classes: Slave Master LVL 1. Merchant LVL 1. Thief LVL 2. Vitality 11. Strength 12. Agility 11. Intelligence 11. Wisdom 11. Unused skill points 3. Unused attribute points 5. I spend a single skill point on the warrior spell Power Strike, then leave the last 2 to be decided later. My future literally depends on this decision. I can't rush it unless my life is in mortal danger. Power Strike is just too good to pass on, in my opinion. It's a simple spell that uses 5 mana to make my next strike deal 50% extra damage with a cooldown of 20 seconds. With my current 110 mana, I can use this spell quite a lot. All of my opponents needed 2 hits of my Iron Spear so far. With this, I hope to be able to one-shot the rabble. As for my unused attribute points, I divide it by putting 3 into Vitality and 2 into Agility. Yeah, Strength is cool, but I want to survive first. With this, my HP went from 110 to 140. Was 100 at level 1. Got 10 extra for the default 1 point increase in Vitality due to level up. It seems that every point in Vitality adds 10 HP. I already feel a lot better with this big increase. With stat allocation done, my attributes are as such. Vitality 14. Strength 12. +1 from warrior class effect. Agility 13. Intelligence 11. Wisdom 11. I move a bit and I can instantly tell that I've become faster with the 30% agility increase. I'm not the only one though. What? You've leveled up? I thought you were at 0 XP, my companion speaks up. I'm not in the mood to explain that I'm a primordial with a cheat-like XP boost for now. We will discuss such matters later. Let's focus on the task at hand. She nods. You are right. I'm far from being a good scout, but we have to try to sneak closer to them. We begin making our way towards where Gobo pointed us previously with measured steps. After 20 or so minutes of traversing the forest, we run into another goblin scout party. This time there are 5 of them, each dressed in their trademark loincloth and carrying very crude, crumbling weapons. I use the term scout party very generously because 2 of these degenerates are currently busy chewing at tree barks with their ugly yellow teeth, while one is laying the pipe in a nearby bush and screeching loudly at the same time. The last 2 are enjoying each other's company despite both being males. Well, one of them is enjoying it, the stronger one, the weaker not so much, evidenced by his shrieks and flailing limbs. I feel a strange mixture of utter disgust and morbid fascination at the sight of these hopeless tards. I didn't know goblins swung this way, but whatever floats your boat. I'm not one to judge. Freedom of speech and all that fancy-mancy 21st century stuff. I whisper into Iam's ear. Let me have a go at these rejects. Please circle around to the other side to cut off their escape route should I fail to get all of them. She doesn't object and replies positively with a single nod of her head. I wait a few minutes to give her enough time to find the right position and then begin my silent assault. First I crouch sneak towards the shitting goblin. He is alone, so he should make the perfect first prey. To my utter dismay, just as I get close, I hear him lay another pipe, accompanied by the foulest smell my nostrils ever had the displeasure of inhaling. It takes all of my sheer willpower to not make gagging sounds, but somehow I manage to persevere, though my eyes are tearing up quite vehemently. Before he can continue his musical composition made up of farting and moaning sounds, I lunge at him. Midway I activate Power Strike. At first I was considering showing my spear up his ass, but when I realized that doing so would curse me to carry the smell of his filthy insides around with me, I changed my target to the back of his neck. The spear pierced his skin, muscles and spine with little difficulty, making him go limp without a fight. I can hear faint gurgling sounds as he is silently choking on his blood for a few seconds before going radio silent. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP. New class unlocked. Assassin. Oh, seems like sneak attacking was the requirement to unlock this class. I quickly equip it as a secondary class in Merchant's Place. For good measure, I spit on the corpse for making me smell that horrible stench before going back into my stealth mode. I don't activate the thief class's lesser stealth, because I'm trying to conserve mana for the dozens of goblins that I might have to face soon. I look around to observe the two goblin duos to decide on my next target. The bark munchers seem to be in pure ecstasy. I honestly don't think they have much brain power left in their heads to recognize sounds of fighting, so I go for the procreating duo first. I wait for the spell's cooldown before stabbing the goblin that does the pounding in the back. But to my surprise, it survives an attack from my power strike. He screeches and turns around confused and pained. He is bleeding profusely from his wound, so I believe that he will succumb to his wound fast, but I don't wish to leave things to time nor fate, so before he can reach for his weapon, I plunge my spear into his chest for good measure. You've slain Goblin, level 3. You've gained 29 XP. I swiftly pull out of the by now dead goblin and look at the other one. I feel a sense of pity towards his unwilling partner who is lying on the ground on all fours, foaming from his mouth while being half-conscious at best. But knowing what these creatures do to kidnapped women, such thoughts are replaced with complete indifference as I stab him twice in quick succession. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP, so that's why he was overwhelmed so easily. The previous Goblin was higher level. Seems like level 2 goblins are simple throwaway scouts while level 3 goblins are scout leaders. I glance towards the bark munchers and my disappointment in this species reaches a new high when I finally realize that there's a slight bulge in their loincloths. Yep, they are getting aroused from eating tree bark. What absolute degenerates. I let out a defeated sigh at the image of my enemies, but I can't help myself when in the next moment I let out an amused laugh. This world is just so much damn fun. I went from being a depressive office worker to a goblin exterminator. I wait for the cooldown to end once more and I pierce one of the munchers from behind with a power strike, who falls to the ground instantly. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP. The last one wakes from his ecstasy-induced stupor and cries out in surprise. Seriously, are they getting high from tree bark or what? He lunges towards his bone knife which is resting on the ground nearby, but before he can reach it I thrust my spear, impaling his right thigh. He lets out a pained cry but doesn't give up. In the next moment his arm reaches the crude dagger and he swings it around, attempting to slash me. The reach difference is so enormous between the two of us that his desperate swings aren't even close to hitting me. Before he gets all smart and realizes that he should throw the blade at me, I pull the spear back and thrust it into his chest, using my full body strength to press him down onto the ground. I can see his eyes widen in horror, and I watch with interest as life slowly leaves his gaze until his head falls to the side unceremoniously and remains motionless. You've slain Goblin, level 2. You've gained 17 XP. Scout party number 2 eliminated, making it so that I've slain 8 goblins. Our pace is swift and our ambushes just as deadly. So far we've not been exposed to the main camp. You've reached Primordial level 3. Warrior LVL 3-4. Assassin LVL 1-2. I can't help but chuckle inwardly when I see that I'm at exactly 0 XP towards Primordial level 4. What a strange coincidence that the exact amount of XP packs dropped in front of me before we reached their camp. Is the goddess on my side? Maybe she prefers bad boys. Why else give me my unique Primordial villain class? Or maybe it wasn't handcrafted by her. I better not have any disrespectful thoughts in case she can read minds and happens to watch over me. But hey, if you're down, so am I, Miss Goddess. I quickly invest my unused attribute points which I've gained from the level up and then inspect my stats. Name: Quinlan Noir. Race: Primordial. Title: Primordial level 3. XP 0/169. Primary class: Warrior LVL 4. Secondary classes: Slave Master LVL 1. Assassin LVL2. Thief LVL2. Vitality 17. Strength 13. Agility 17. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 12. Unused skill points 5. Unused attribute points 0. I'm a bit sad that my secondary classes are not leveling up besides the newly acquired assassin, because based on the primordial race description I can only make the assumption that non-combat classes don't gain XP from killing enemies. I quickly check out my new class in more detail. Assassin, Basic Evil Class. Effect, Minor Agility Increase. Base Skill, Knife Throw. To level up the Assassin class, kill specific enemies you've targeted. If the kill is made without getting exposed, the XP gain is increased. The wording makes it sound that simply massacring thousands of people with some OP spell at once won't give me Assassin XP. Leveling this one up seems a bit more of a hassle than Warrior, but at least it works on monsters as well, not just humanoids. With this I have 3 classes that can be used to fulfill part of the primordial villain class's unlock requirements. Slave Master, Thief, Assassin. My parents would be so proud if they could see me right now. Moving on, I prefer agility increase over strength, so I swap it with Warrior as my primary class. I sense Iam approaching me with steady steps. Good job, Quinlan. She congratulates me. Thanks. They were occupied. Made my job a lot easier. I hear her giggle, which is a very rare sight. That they were. Hey, Iam. Where are the female goblins? I've not met one yet. And this scout captain was even plowing his subordinate's bum. They don't exist. Goblins are conceived by humanoid mothers. As for what the captain was thinking, I'm not an educated scholar regarding goblin psychology and tendencies, but my guess is that while they prefer women, a hole is a hole in their minds. She reveals the somewhat disturbing information with disgust on her face. Honestly, they should just go extinct. Kinda brutal, but I can easily understand where she's coming from, especially as a woman. I can't imagine many fates worse than becoming a goblin tribe's breeding stock. Well, we can slightly reduce their numbers today. Let's be happy about that fact. I attempt to cheer her up. She was in a joyous mood previously, but my question pretty much ruined it. She nods and steps forward to examine the gruesome aftermath of the skirmish. Her expression remains stoic, but there's a flicker of contentment in her eyes as she surveys the carnage. The 2 goblins that I had taken down lay in twisted heaps on the ground. My first thrust had caught one in the gut, spilling its entrails onto the forest floor in a slick, steaming mess. The second goblin, struck through the chest, gurgled on its own blood before collapsing in a fit of spasms. Both corpses were drenched in dark, viscous gore, their eyes glassy and lifeless. Iam's gaze shifts to the remaining goblins. One of them, the one busy shitting, had his neck broken, the result of a precise and powerful strike. Blood has sprayed in an arc, painting the surrounding foliage in crimson. The body twitches reflexively, muscles contracting even in death. Another goblin lies slumped against a tree, a large gash running diagonally from shoulder to hip. Its organs are partially exposed, and the stench of blood and bile hangs heavy in the air. The last goblin is barely recognizable. Its face caved in from a brutal blow that has shattered bone and splattered brain matter across the forest floor. Iam nods approvingly. You really did well, Quinlan. Efficient and thorough. This is the first time she praised me for a single deed twice. Gotta write it down for the annals of history. Thanks once again. I'm debating whether we should wait for nightfall to approach their camp or not. I steer the conversation to the impending bloody encounter. She remains deep in thought while taking glances around the battlefield for a good few seconds. We can assume that there's between 20 to 40 goblins left in their camp. Neither of us are good at sneaking, and we are invading their home territory. I believe that attacking during night would be more beneficial to them. Yes, we might kill a few of them in their sleep, or perhaps even all of them if we are extremely lucky, but if we are caught red-handed, they will overrun us easier during the night. She pauses to think for a few more seconds before continuing. You've never fought in the dark, and I also much prefer daytime for combat. Furthermore, although goblins are not nocturnal creatures, they can see in the dark quite well. So you are suggesting a frontal assault? Ayam shakes her head. Not quite. We should attempt to cull their numbers before that. With this horrendous iron sword and no armor, I'm not confident in my ability to defeat the hobgoblins if they are given the chance to prepare. Damn, so we really are risking everything here. I'm getting a bit uncomfortable with the situation, but the rewards are simply too tantalizing. I've made more progress in an hour than I would in many days of clearing the first floor of the labyrinth. I can only shrug to myself as we begin to make our way further into the forest towards their supposed camp location. Somewhere, some time ago, the forest was veiled in the dim light of dusk, the fading sun casting long, eerie shadows through the dense canopy. Suddenly, a rustle disturbed the stillness, followed by a whisper of movement so swift and silent it seemed like a trick of the light. A cloaked, shadowy figure dashed through the forest foliage with extraordinary speed. Despite being entirely covered by a dark attire, it couldn't hide her distinctly feminine physique as her voluptuous curves inadvertently revealed her gender. The woman moved with a grace that was almost ethereal. Each step was soundless, each leap effortless. The dark fabric of her attire clung to her curves, accentuating a lithe and athletic build. Her silhouette was a blend of both strength and elegance, the lines of her body shifting fluidly as she navigated the forest with ease. The hood she wore obscured her features, but it couldn't hide the intensity in her eyes, which glowed faintly through the darkness. Nor could it hide her fluffy ears sticking through the cloth on top of her head, or the tail that swayed from beneath her cloak. She moved with purpose, darting between trees, her feet barely touching the ground as if she were more spirit than flesh. She occasionally paused her movement for brief moments and lifted her nose up and sniffed the air, clearly in search of something specific. The forest seemed to part for her, branches and leaves bending away as if in reverence. Her presence was a shadow among shadows, an enigma that eluded the grasp of both light and dark. The occasional shaft of moonlight that pierced the canopy revealed glimpses of her, but only for an instant before she disappeared back into the gloom, leaving nothing but a rustle and the faintest hint of her passage. In a single bound, she vaulted over a fallen log, her form a blur of motion. She landed without a sound, her momentum unbroken. Her senses were heightened, attuned to every sound and movement around her. As she dashed forward with even greater speed, her hood fell off her head for a moment, revealing a golden retriever-like dogkin girl. Her long, flowing ponytail of golden blonde hair streamed behind her like a radiant banner. Her beautiful blue eyes, previously bright and sharp, suddenly glinted with dejection, desperation, and hopelessness. Her fluffy, golden ears, drooping slightly in sorrow, twitched ever so faintly, and her equally fluffy tail, which usually swayed gracefully behind her, hung limp and lifeless. Her features, a perfect blend of canine loyalty and human beauty, were marred by a profound sadness that cast a shadow over her once radiant appearance. "Picture," she grumbled under her breath. "Where are you? Stupid Goblin's Blossom doesn't want to get whipped again." She then whimpered, "Even if Blossom finishes this quickly, Blossom will just get whipped anyways." A tear formed in her eyes, finally completely breaking the nerve-wracking effect of her previously imposing aura. "Blossom misses you, Kiara sister mother. Back to the present. We've spent the last few minutes traveling through the forest towards the suspected location of the goblin encampment. In that time frame, I checked through the assassin class unlockables and found what I've been looking for desperately. Something that was missing from the unlockable warrior spells. An evasive movement ability. Yes, I could unlock some charge-like spells before like Bull Rush, but I needed something to evade enemy strikes, not rush at them. I spent 2 unused skill points to unlock Lesser Evasion. Evade hostile attacks with graceful movements. Jump, roll, flip, or simply step out of harm's way tactfully and swiftly. Slightly increases the spellcaster's maneuvering ability at the cost of 40 mana and lasts for 10 minutes. I like that. Unlike with Power Strike, I can just activate the spell and forget about it for the next 10 minutes because once I activate Lesser Evasion, it will passively increase my dodging ability. But, on the other hand, it costs 8 times more mana. With my current 12 Wisdom attribute, which equates to having 120 mana, I can only keep it active for half an hour, and that is only if I don't use Power Strike, a spell I've grown very fond of already. After walking for another 10 minutes, we hear the first signs of having arrived at the close vicinity of the encampment as we are greeted by loud screeches, which they basically use as their preferred communication method. We move cautiously through the dense foliage, every step deliberate and quiet as we near the goblin camp. The eerie silence is occasionally broken by the rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of goblin chatter. I know we have to be quiet and precise to avoid detection. I signal for Iam to stay low as we approach the edge of the camp. From our vantage point, we can see a dozen goblins milling about, most of them armed with crude weapons and makeshift armor. Some display the degenerate behavior I've come to expect from this species, especially the one eating grass like a cow while mooing loudly, or the one that starts salivating at the sight and then shanks the cow goblin in the back with his bone knife, who then stops mooing and begins screeching instead. But most of them are actually standing guard rather professionally. The presence of the hobgoblins might be the reason behind their more normal behavior. Gripping my iron spear tightly, I feel my heart pounding in my chest. I take a deep breath and focus, activating lesser evasion, to increase my agility and make my movements more fluid. Silently, I slip through the shadows, moving from cover to cover. I spot a lone goblin standing guard near the perimeter. With a swift, calculated movement, I lunge forward, thrusting my spear into the goblin's side. The creature lets out a gurgled cry before collapsing to the ground. I quickly drag the body into the bushes to avoid detection. I continue my silent assault, taking down 2 more goblins in quick succession. Each time, I use the element of surprise to my advantage, dispatching my foes with precise, lethal strikes. However, as I prepare to take down a 4th goblin, my luck runs out. One of the goblins turns just in time to see me, and its eyes widen in alarm. "Enemies!" the goblin shrieks, its voice piercing the stillness of the forest. A horn blares from deeper within the camp, signaling the alarm. "Shit! I was hoping to kill a few more before they notice." I mutter under my breath. Iam is already at my side, her iron sword drawn and ready. The camp erupts into chaos. Goblins pour out from their filthy tents made of tree branches and foliage, their eyes wild with aggression and a distinct thirst for blood. There are about 30 of them, and amidst the fray, I see 3 larger figures, hobgoblins, towering over their smaller kin with an air of menacing intelligence and strength. Unlike their green-skinned foot soldiers, the hobgoblins look like monsterized humans with similar height and a bulky build. They have proper weapons and armor, and their skin is ashen brown. "Iam, take the hobos," I shout. "I'll handle the midgets." She nods. "Don't die." After stating her brief good luck wish, her face sets with determination, and she charges towards the trio. I turn my attention to the swarm of goblins rushing at me. One of them lunges at me with a rusty dagger, but I sidestep and counter with a power strike, driving my spear through its chest. Another goblin comes at me from the side, swinging a club wildly. I duck under the swing and thrust my spear into its abdomen. They are weak individually, but their sheer numbers make them dangerous. I keep moving, kiting the goblins to keep them at a manageable distance. Their short stubby legs allow me to utilize my gamer knowledge as I do my utmost to keep the swarm at bay. Whenever one gets too close, I turn and spear it, using my agility to stay just out of their reach. It's a delicate dance, and having a ranged weapon would certainly be very welcome. I could become a proper ADC then. Despite my best efforts at kiting, I can't avoid every blow. A goblin manages to slash my arm with a jagged blade, and I hiss in pain. I quickly retaliate, stabbing it through the throat. And then I jump away before the horde surrounds me while glancing at my status for a brief moment. HP 145/170. Now that I don't have my trusty bodyguard shadowing me, I face my first ever real, life-threatening battle. While running, I quickly observe her. Iam's battle with the hobgoblins is fierce and unrelenting. She is a whirlwind of steel and fury, her iron sword flashing as she faces off against the 3 towering figures. The ideal scenario we drew up didn't include her having to fight a 1 versus 3 fight with them. She was supposed to speedily kill one before the rest joined in, but we didn't predict them teaming up right away and come together once they heard the alarm rather than rushing in one by one. Of course, we knew it was a possibility, but this made my armorless samurai's life incredibly difficult and quite endangered. The first hobgoblin swings a massive axe at her, the blade whistling through the air. Ayam ducks under the swing and counters with a vertical slash, her blade slicing through the hobgoblin's leg. It falters momentarily and roars in pain but doesn't fall. The second hobgoblin, armed with a spear, thrusts at her with deadly precision. Ayam twists her body, narrowly avoiding the sharp tip, and slashes at the spear's shaft, trying to break it. The third hobgoblin, wielding a large sword, moves in from her blind side. Ayam's eyes dart, catching the movement before he could take a swing at her. She suddenly jumps back, having all three of her opponents standing in front of her at a relatively short distance. In the next moment, Ayam enters a low crouching posture while greedily filling her lungs to the brim with a strong inhale of oxygen. Her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword, the other grabbing the sheath, elevating it to be at a parallel angle with the ground. She shouts, "Ayajutsu!" and in the next moment, she draws the blade with lightning speed, releasing a horizontal slash that reaches all three hobgoblins despite the sizable distance between her and her enemies. Each hobgoblin is left badly damaged from the long-ranged attack, but their armor and strong bodies manage to withstand the strike, save for the axe wielder who was already hit by Ayam's vertical slash. He now kneels on the ground, struggling mightily to regain his lost strength while bleeding profusely. Ayam then curses angrily, "Damn this shitty weapon! All three would have fallen if I had my old blade." She begins to pant quite heavily. It seems that the flashy technique took a bit of a toll on her body. Ayam glances at her sword and then throws it away dismissively when she realizes that it is about to break apart into smithereens. A goblin sneaks up on her from behind, but Ayam quickly reacts, kicking it in the head with a powerful blow that sends it spiraling in the opposite direction. Without wasting a moment, she starts to sprint. The two remaining hobgoblins quickly begin the pursuit of their now weaponless target. They were visibly shaken by the strength of her quick draw technique, but since she no longer has a blade, their confidence soared to new heights. Ayam utilizes her superior agility to keep ahead of them, darting through the trees with ease. "Thanks for being such barbaric creatures that you mindlessly chase after an opponent faster than you instead of taking care of your injured companion." She voices her appreciation for her enemies and then activates another spell, Flash Step, a swift movement spell that allows her to move with unparalleled speed and precision for a brief moment. In a blur of motion, she reaches the kneeling hobgoblin's position and looks down on him with merciless eyes for a fraction of a second before springing into action once again. The three hobgoblins look around with clueless expressions before they find her again. The two that were chasing her begin running towards her once more, while the one on the ground lifts his hand to hit her in the stomach. Ayam stomps on the limb with her right foot and, at the same time, she snatches up his axe from the ground and grabs the handle with both of her hands. She lets out a blood-curdling battle cry before, despite his best efforts, she separates his arm from his torso, which was used as her temporary footstool, before changing target to the other arm, which he raised when the first one was incapacitated by her feet. Seeing the fountain of blood sprinkle out of the flesh wound she had caused onto her clean clothes, a sinister grin appears on her previously delicate features, morphing her aura from a slender battle maiden to a terrifying embodiment of malice. Her eyes gleam with a predatory hunger, her aura now exuding a chilling, otherworldly menace akin to a bloodthirsty banshee. With ruthless precision, Ayam swings the axe once again, this time taking 4 fingers off his remaining hand. In the next moment, she shifts her posture and swings her weapon in the opposite direction in a wide, powerful arc, chopping the second arm entirely off his body. The hobgoblin roars in pain and desperation, but Ayam is relentless. She looks at her crippled opponent with sheer superiority mixed with disgust in her eyes before sentencing him to oblivion nonchalantly. Die. Ayam follows up on her promise of execution immediately by decapitating him with a single, merciless swing of her axe. His head rolls to the ground unceremoniously as his body collapses lifelessly and blood begins to pour out of the wound like a river that was held back by a dam that was just destroyed. Breathing heavily, Ayam stands over the fallen hobgoblin, her eyes blazing with determination. She turns to face the remaining two who have caught up by now, ready for the next round. My eyes widen with amazement at the brutal display of personal might and sheer ruthlessness my cherished samurai companion has shown me just now. There might be something wrong with my head, but she has become even hotter in my mind, which I didn't think was possible because let me tell you, she is a real beauty with a precious personality. There's something sexy about a strong woman beating and then mercilessly executing her opponents while sentencing them to death with a scornful, condescending expression on her divinely charming face that just signified her supremacy over her foe. The fact that her slain enemy's blood adorns her clothes and skin like a battle trophy is just the icing on the cake. Furthermore, because her normal state of being is just so serene, relaxed and kind, this giant switch that happens when she enters serious battle mode just makes everything stand out even more. If she was a barbaric battle maniac 24/7, seeing her chop limbs off with a sinister smile on her face wouldn't affect me to this degree of being completely surprised. Sadly, I don't have the time to watch her fight because the goblin swarm I've been kiting is fast on my tail. They've realized that they should use ranged attacks against a faster opponent after a few minutes of effortless pursuit, so now I have to zigzag to dodge their thrown blades, rocks, and whatnot. Furthermore, to my chagrin, I have to acknowledge that a few goblins are much stronger than the ones I've encountered so far. The scouts were made up of level 2 and 3 individuals who only took 2 good thrusts of my spear, one if I used power strike. But some here are still standing even after 3 hits, though they are on their last legs. What's even worse is that I'm only at half HP due to failing to dodge all their thrown projectiles, though thankfully I'm only feeling pain. Beyond that, my body can function at full capability. Since reaching their camp, I've slain approximately 10 goblins, none being higher than level 5. This means that there's about 20 more green-skinned, deformed midgets running after me. I find fighting back harder and harder as time goes on, partly because I'm afraid of being hit and also because I'm getting closer and closer to the state of exhaustion. My spearhead is also on its last leg from what I can tell. Each hit requires more force from me to pierce their flesh and bones. I need to stay on the move, kiting them around, occasionally turning to spear one before darting off again. My breaths come in ragged gasps, and I can feel my strength waning. If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shout echoes through the battlefield. My heart skips a beat as I turn my head to see the source of the noise. The trees part violently, uprooted as a towering hulk of a figure rushes onto the scene. The creature is massive, easily 3 times the size of the hobgoblins, with thick, gray-green skin covered in warts and scars. Its eyes burn with a primal fury, and tusks jut out from its lower jaw, adding to its menacing appearance. It wields a giant hammer, crudely fashioned from a tree trunk and reinforced with jagged metal. Every step it takes shakes the ground, sending tremors through the forest. What the fuck is that monster? The goblins and hobgoblins cheer, their morale visibly bolstered by the arrival of this monstrosity. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" they chant, their voices rising in a chorus of twisted joy. "Gobo, you cunning little fucker. You said that the 3 hobgoblins were the bosses." It swings its massive hammer, smashing through the forest and crushing anything obstructing its path. It bellows again, a sound that reverberates through my bones, and my stomach churns with a mix of fear and dread. Although the situation has turned for the worse, there's at least some semblance of positives, because due to this creature's appearance both goblins and hobgoblins stopped their onslaught, allowing the 2 of us to team up. Why is there a random raid boss in the beginner area? I whimper dejectedly. My companion looks at me as if I'm a certified mental asylum escapee. "Did you hit your head? What nonsense are you spouting? Raid boss? Beginner area. Ah, I said that out loud accidentally. Let's focus on our quickly encroaching deaths instead, shall we? What is this monster? A war troll, which is an evolved version of the mountain troll, which means that it's between level 20 and 30. They boast extremely high vitality and strength, and their racial specialty is rapid regeneration. I honestly have almost 0 chances of victory in my current exhausted state and lack of proper gear. So we have to look for an escape route right this instant. However, despite its mass, the troll is faster than you for sure. Indeed, my samurai doesn't even have a sword in her hand. the situation went from dire to outright fatal. Utilizing the brief respite granted to us, I check my status, and I'm very happy to see that I've reached primordial level 4. I don't have time to inspect things any further, so I swiftly put 3 unused attribute points into vitality and 2 into strength. If I can't outrun my problems, then I can only grit my teeth and fight until the very last moment. I've chosen strength over agility because it took too much effort to defeat even the simple, weak goblins. Speed alone won't help me win my fights, in this scenario or future ones, if I can't deal proper damage. I glance around us and I fail to see a clear path leading us to safety. In front of us is the goblin swarm, to our right side is the hobgoblin duo, behind us is the war troll, and to our left is their encampment, which is surrounded by palisades and a mountain. In the next moment I hear Iam whispering into my ear, "Quinlan, follow my lead." While my inexperienced ass was gawking around panicked, my battle-hardened partner seems to have thought of something. Flash step. She disappears from my side, and the next thing I see is her being in midair next to the spear-wielding hobgoblin, who was still busy cheering happily due to the arrival of the troll. With a swift motion, Iam decapitates the hobgoblin while still in the air. Before she even lands, she lets go of her axe, kicks the spear out of his hand, then spins around and kicks it with her other foot, sending it flying towards me. I quickly react by snatching it out of the air and rushing at the other hobgoblin, who is now greatly startled. Iam, still in midair and upside down due to her spinning kick move with her head being inches from the ground, grabs the axe just before it hits the forest floor and swings it with perfect precision. The sword-wielding hobgoblin gets both his feet chopped off in a single fluid motion of hers. She lets go of the axe once more, landing gracefully in a somersault, her movements a blend of lethal elegance and acrobatic genius. I activate Lesser Evasion, as the 10-minute active time had passed, and then Power Strike, feeling the surge of energy course through me. With newfound vigor, I charge at the hobgoblin, impaling him on my new spear with a forceful thrust. The creature's eyes widen in shock before it collapses, lifelessly to the ground. Holy fuck, Iam. That was the most badass thing I've seen in my entire life. I shout at her energetically, my previous exhausted state being nowhere to be seen due to my sudden adrenaline rush. How can I not be revitalized after seeing someone do so many wild moves while being midair? She could easily put Olympic gold medalist acrobats to shame with her eyes closed and hands tied behind her back. Iam bends down and picks up the hobgoblin's sword to exchange it for her axe. She giggles, which after what she'd just done no longer sounds as cute and innocent as it once did. Thanks. Being short and slender has its advantages. Let's focus on the front for now. I nod and we both dash towards the 20 or so goblins with sinister grins adorning our features. The war troll roars again, raising its massive hammer. The primitive signal was enough to wake the goblins from their stunned stupor as they screeched aggressively before charging at us. I grip my new spear tightly, marveling at the craftsmanship. Unlike my old iron spear, this one is well crafted from steel with a smoother feel to the touch. The handle even has padded areas for better handling, providing a comfortable grip. I meet the oncoming wave of goblins head-on, eager to test my new weapon. With each thrust, I feel the difference. The spear glides through the air with ease, its weight much better balanced. I plunge it into the first goblin's chest, and it drops instantly. I yank it free and spin around, skewering another goblin in the throat. The new steel spear combined with my extra strength stats increased the potency of my attacks greatly. Low-level goblins that required 2 thrusts of my iron spear now fall from a single precise strike. Furthermore, if I hit a vital spot, I can even dispatch level 4 goblins in 1 thrust. Power Strike became even more potent too, allowing me to kill a level 6 goblin with a well-aimed plunge to its chest. Iam moves with lethal grace beside me, her new sword flashing as she mows down the goblins. She's a blur of motion, her strikes quick and deadly. Each swing of her blade brings down another goblin, and her movements are so fluid that it looks like a deadly dance more than a desperate fight for survival. I stab another goblin through the heart, then spin and slam the butt of my spear into the face of a goblin trying to flank me. It crumples to the ground, and I quickly finish it off with a thrust to the neck. I've killed 6 goblins by now, and the pile of bodies around us grows larger by the second. Ayam is relentless, slicing through the goblins with undying determination. She's taken down 12 of them, her movements swift and efficient. Her eyes blaze with fury, and each strike is filled with a palpable hatred for these creatures. When there's only 2 goblins remaining, she turns on her heel and says, "I leave the last pair to you. I will face the troll alone. Once you've slain the goblins, run to the forest like there's no tomorrow. Don't worry about my safety and don't even dare to think about helping me out. A light tap of its finger will put you into your grave." The sacrificial nature reminiscent of honor-bound samurai of old shine through her persona at this moment. I bite my lower lip in frustration, but I can't bring up any better counter-solution. With the troll being above level 20, it can surely outrun me if we attempt an escape, and I am being only level 14 isn't safe either. Dejectedly, I turn to the goblins, praying that I am somehow triumphs over the monstrosity that is now very close to us. The sounds of battle are deafening, and I hear a loud roar followed by a bang, probably indicating that the troll missed Ayam with its hammer. I quickly dispatch the goblins, my new spear making swift work of them. As I turn back, an unexpected sight meets my eyes. Ayam is darting on the ground, skirting the troll and leaving small scratches on its legs. But what truly surprises me is the newcomer seated atop the troll's neck. It's a golden-haired girl with dog-like ears and a long ponytail, clinging to the beast with fierce determination emitting from every fiber of her existence. The woman's eyes are filled with unwavering resolve as she invokes a spell, Behemoth's Bane. Her curved dagger becomes coated in a foul-looking poisonous substance, dark purple and extremely menacing. She begins stabbing the war troll repeatedly all over the neck and head with ferocious intensity and speed. Each stab emits a sizzle as the poison seeps into the troll's thick skin. Her arm flickers in and out of existence at speeds I'm struggling mightily to follow and pierces the troll's hide at least 30 times. The war troll roars in pain and fury, its massive hands flailing in an attempt to reach its attacker. Despite the significant damage it had taken, the troll doesn't relent and finally manages to reach the girl. With a powerful swipe, it grabs her and throws her to the ground. She lets out a whimper as she is hurled through the air, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. She lands so close to me that I was almost hit by her. The girl struggles and fails to get up, her body battered from the fall. The war troll, now even more enraged, turns its attention back to Ayam, who continues her relentless assault. The troll suffered severe injuries, and despite Ayam saying that its specialty is rapid regeneration, I see no signs of him healing. The poison spell probably had anti-healing properties. I step in front of the heavily injured girl, who is still attempting to get back into the fray of battle despite her perilous state. I kneel down in front of her and gently pat her shoulder. "I'm forever grateful for your intervention, whoever you might be, and I swear that we won't let it go to waste. Tend to your injuries and leave the rest to us." I equip my most encouraging smile from my expression inventory on my face. She looks at me with wide, disbelieving eyes before asking hesitantly, "You thanked me?" I examine her with a puzzled gaze, and then I notice an iron collar strapped tightly around her neck. It's the exact same Ayam has. It doesn't take a genius to piece things together. She must be a slave that has never been thanked for her services by her owner. Now that I examine her better, I see numerous scars in various stages of healing all over her skin that are visible from under her dark, ragged attire. She is obviously severely mistreated on a near-daily basis. However, I don't have the leisure to dwindle around any longer. I know I can't approach the troll because compared to Ayam, I'm slower, significantly worse at acrobatics, and I'm much less experienced. Instead, I decide to utilize my assassin class's innate spell, Knife Throw, for the first time. Before standing from my kneeling position, I take her dagger with great care as it's still coated in the bile substance. She looks at me worriedly, but seeing my reassuring smile, or perhaps remembering my previous words, she doesn't object. I wait for the perfect chance, which is provided by Ayam and the copious amounts of poison already present in the troll system. When it pauses for a brief second amidst its heavy panting, I activate the spell and aim, throwing the dagger into the troll's left eye socket. It falters for the first time, kneeling on the ground and grasping at its injury, pulling the knife out amidst loud cries. Iam uses the opportunity to dart in, slashing at the troll's knee from behind. But the troll, despite its exceedingly serious wounds, thrashes wildly. It manages to swipe at Iam, hitting her side and sending her sprawling. She is clearly just as surprised as I am at how resilient this monster is. The newcomer stabbed it with a potent poison blade in vital points so many times, yet it refuses to fall. I can see Iam struggling to get up and coughing blood from her mouth. My heart races with fear and frustration. I'm almost completely out of mana, but I don't give up. Desperation fuels my search through the 20 goblins' corpses for any projectiles. I begin throwing bone knives, rugged iron daggers, rocks, anything I can find at the heavily injured war troll. Each projectile distracts it momentarily, allowing Iam precious seconds to recover. The troll roars again, this time with pain and anger. Its movements become more erratic, swinging its massive hammer wildly, trying to crush anything in its path. The ground shakes with every step it takes toward me. Once I'm out of the easy-to-throw items, I pick my spear up and aim it. I've never thrown a spear or javelin before, and this fact is very evident in the result of my attempt as it barely scratches its shoulder. Iam, with a trembling body, rises from the ground and limps toward the troll from behind. Her eyes are filled with determination. Her grip is firm on the sword despite the pain. The troll turns, noticing her too late. Iam moves with blinding speed, becoming a blur of motion as she leaps into the air after casting Flash Step. With a deep breath, Iam activates a spell, Ragen's Fury, Giant Slayer. She channels all her remaining strength and focus into a single, decisive attack. The air around her hums with power as she raises the blade high, her form a perfect representation of a samurai's grace and precision. Her blade grows in size while getting enveloped in crackling, violent lightning. She then arcs her weapon downward with unstoppable force, aiming for the base of the troll's neck. With a desperate, primal roar, Iam brings the blade down, cutting through the troll's thick neck with a powerful arc. The troll's eyes widen in shock and pain as its head is cleanly severed from its body. Blood spurts from the wound, and the massive body collapses lifelessly to the ground with a thunderous crash. Breathing heavily, Iam stands over the fallen troll, her eyes blazing with triumph and exhaustion. The struggle was desperate for both sides, but in the end we were the ones to emerge victorious. The battlefield is silent. The once ferocious goblins and hobgoblins now sprawled on the forest floor, dead and severely dismembered. The troll's decapitated head rolls a few feet away, its eyes still wide in disbelief. I rush to Iam's side with my heart pounding rapidly. She's barely standing, her body trembling from the exertion and pain. I catch her before she falls to the ground, and she lets herself be embraced as she leans into me, looking for any form of support she can get. I hug her tightly and lift her into the air and twirl ourselves around in a circular motion during which I let out a guttural, animalistic roar of victory, the sound echoing through the now quiet forest. To my surprise, Iam soon follows my barbaric antics as she lets out a victory cry of her own, her voice strong and fierce. Her shout catches me off guard, but it only adds to the exhilaration of our hard-won triumph. We both collapse to the ground and we end up with Iam sitting in my lap, her back resting against my stomach. Although the position would normally be quite sexual in nature, I'm too pumped with adrenaline to care. Instead, I'm filled with a profound sense of camaraderie, achievement and relief. Iam gently caresses my arms which are resting on her stomach, while I am swaying both her and my upper body from side to side, creating a feeling as if we were sitting on a boat that is rocking back and forth due to the ocean waves hitting its body. We did it, we did it. I can't believe that we actually did it, she repeats, her voice a mix of incredulity and joy. I laugh happily, the sound mingling with hers. Ha ha ha, yes we did. And what a magnificent battle it was. For a minute we just sit there, savoring the victory and the new bond forged through the heat of battle. The adrenaline slowly begins to fade, replaced by a deep sense of satisfaction and exhaustion. We calmly rest our tired bodies with Ayam still sitting comfortably in my embrace. After 10 or so minutes, we both recover enough energy to refocus on the current situation. I glance over at the dogkin girl who had helped us, or to be more truthful, saved us, and see her still struggling to stand despite her only being injured once. The troll's throw dealt more damage than I would have expected. It was definitely the right choice for me not to get close to the monstrous creature. We should check on her, I say softly, to which Ayam nods her head. She rises from my lap with shaky legs, after which she reaches her right hand towards me and pulls me up from my seated position. I find it more difficult to walk than I'd expected. This battle really took its toll on me. We soon reach the dogkin, but before we could say anything she whimpers and hurriedly kowtows despite the evident pain the movement causes in her body. With a shaky voice she begins to beg. Please don't hurt Blossom. Blossom knows she made a very big mistake in the battle. Blossom was too focused on killing the troll and failed to recognize that it was about to grab her. Ayam and I exchange glances between each other with sour expressions. It is evident that she came to the conclusion I did previously. This girl is being seriously mistreated. I kneel once again and put my finger under her chin and lift it gently. Please rise, Blossom. Is it fine if I call you that? We are not at all angry with you. Rather, you have our eternal gratitude. If you don't intervene, our chances of survival would have been basically nil. She looks at me with uncertainty in her gaze. I can tell that she is debating whether I'm playing a trick on her, so that I can justifiably punish her for her impudence. I'm not even her owner. The fact that she acts like this indicates that her master lets anyone that feels like it beat her up. Blossom's name can be whatever the young master and mistress find pleasant on their lips. I can only smile wryly, especially because she completely ignored my honest praise. She finally relents and stops kowtowing as she sits sideways. Ayam glances at Blossom's feet and states, "Your ankle has been dislocated. It will need a healer if you wish to have a comfortable treatment, but we can also relocate it manually if you can bear with it." Blossom panics and cries out, "No healer! Please don't heal Blossom. Master Ian says Blossom's purpose is to make money, not spend it." I sigh tiredly. This Ian figure is getting on my nerves. You have such a charming and talented dogkin rogue, and this is how you treat her? I'm pained just seeing how much mental torture Blossom had suffered through her enslavement. Would you be so kind? I've never done it before. Of course, she answers and kneels next to Blossom. Please grit your teeth to make sure your tongue doesn't get bitten off. She grips her feet with both hands, and with one swift motion she finishes the ankle relocation. Blossom doesn't even react to the pain, which causes a disturbed expression to emerge on Ayam's features. "You must have been through so much," she says dejectedly. "Blossom, might I ask where your master is?" I inquire. Master Ian should be located in Aldoria, either in the Adventurer Guild's bar or the nearby brothel. "And why are you here then?" Ayam asks this time. Master Ian sent Blossom here after the guild placed a quest on eliminating nearby goblins. Figures. He is enjoying life in town while he sends his slave to make money. I see. Might I be so rude as to ask how you became a slave? Feel free to refuse to answer. I swear on my life that I won't punish you in any shape or form. She shows no sign of wishing to hide anything. Blossom was caught by the human lord while she was hunting in the Beastman Federation's forest for food about 3 years ago. Master Ian then bought Blossom once she was brought over to the human kingdom. I see. Can you tell me how strong this Ian guy is? And how many other slaves he has? Ayam glances at me questioningly, but I ignore her for the time being. Master Ian is a level 8 warrior. He has been ever since he bought Blossom. Master Ian has no other slaves because Blossom is bad at making money. Bad at making money? Ha! Nice excuse. I bet my left nut that my guy is spending it all on booze and whores. I look at her calculatively for a few seconds before speaking. I see then, Blossom. Would you like to be free? Ask. Before she could reply, Ayam interjects. Quinlan, I know what you are thinking, but she is a war slave. She will not be free even if we kill this Ian scumbag. War slaves are basically treated as complete objects with no personal rights whatsoever. Therefore, she will become an ownerless slave should her master perish. Ownerless slaves, while not being actively hunted unless they are extremely valuable, can't live a nice life because they have to live in constant fear of a rogue detection spell or artifact usage revealing their ownerless state, at which point they do become hunted and get captured. Furthermore, to make sure slaves don't become ownerless and escape to the forests and such to live a humble, foraging life, their class is sealed and stats are reduced until they become owned once again. To put it into simpler terms, the contract curses them temporarily. What's more, even if we do make her ownerless, we can't take her back to her country because the borders are heavily patrolled. We stand no chance at smuggling her back in our current state. The mistress is right. Blossom can't become free, she says with a lifeless expression. All right, then how about becoming my slave instead? Her expression doesn't change as she simply shakes her head. I can tell what she is thinking. I might be nice for now, but once I'm her owner, I will surely reveal my true colors. Iam decides to speak up. Blossom, take a look at my neck. She does as instructed, and in the next moment her eyes widen with shock. What? Mistress is a slave? But my master treats me like a cherished companion, right? She finishes Blossom's statement with a happy smile on her face. He even rushed to your side to check on your well-being, and then hugged you for minutes. He didn't even whip you because you got hit during the fight. Why? I counter with a question of my own. Why would I hurt her? It makes no sense whatsoever. Even if I didn't think of her as my beloved battle partner, mistreating her would only make her hate me and furthermore diminish both her combat capabilities and monetary value as a slave. I believe your master is a useless, lazy sadist who finds joy objectifying people. I state matter-of-factly. Tell me, has he ever forced himself on you? In a sexual way, just to be clear. She shakes her head. Master Ian says that Blossom is a filthy mutant dog that smells like wet hair and feces. Blossom washes her body whenever she is given the chance, but she is still said to have a pungent, stinky scent. I lean in and take a whiff, and I don't sense anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, she has the smell of sweat and blood, but we are in the middle of a battlefield filled with corpses. Furthermore, who knows when was the last time she was allowed to bathe? Might be weeks if not more. Strange. I don't smell anything unpleasant. In fact, I took a bath yesterday, but I would bet that I smell worse than you. I crack a reassuring smile. She glances at me with disbelief evident in her eyes. Really? But isn't the young master disgusted by Blossom being a beastkin? Please call me Quinlan. My companion is called Iam. As for your question, I'm rudely interrupted by Iam. I have a strong suspicion that he prefers beastkin over humans. He actually told me like an hour ago that he wants to add a dogkin to the party because she would be able to sniff trouble out before it reaches us. You see, we are both warriors with subpar detection abilities. So we are in desperate need of an observant teammate. You, as a dogkin that also has a rogue-type specialization, fit the bill perfectly. Iam then glances at me. I actually can't believe your insane luck. You got me for basically free, and then this opportunity drops in your lap. If I didn't know any better, I would think that you are blessed by the goddess or something. Now that she points it out, I must admit that I really am having a lucky streak. Well, I can't do anything but strike while the iron is hot. Luck is said to be a fickle mistress, after all. Alright then. What do you say, Blossom? Although I can't give you any tangible reassurances, I can say that I will not treat you any worse than I treat Iam. You would be our party's highly valued scout, assassin, rogue or thief depending on the situation. As long as we are not literally penniless, I would buy you warm meals while we are in town and feed you properly even while we are on the road. I would not dress you in filthy rags but purchase proper equipment. Her stomach grumbles cutely at the mention of the meals, and then she glances at the two of us timidly, visibly deep in thought. Can Blossom really trust you? She asks with uncertainty. I smile at her adorable simplicity before replying. As I said, I can't give you any assurances besides my promises. However, in your current dreadful position, I vehemently believe that taking a leap of faith wouldn't hurt. That is to say, the potential benefits greatly outweigh the potential risks. She stares at me intently, studying my face without blinking for a good 20 seconds straight before finally nodding 3 times. Blossom wishes Master Quinlan to be her new master. Iam then speaks up, ready to ruin the party. Even if we kill Ian, you can't just claim ownership over Blossom. Otherwise the slave trade would have never blossomed to its current state with such shaky ground rules. Cough pun not intended. Please forgive me. She hurriedly corrects her rather rude remark. Blossom doesn't react, probably because she didn't manage to catch Iam's accidental slip of the tongue. Seeing this, my samurai relaxes and continues, only someone with slave contract magic can bind an ownerless slave to a new master. But if we take her to a slave merchant, we will have to pay market price for Blossom, which would be several gold coins if not dozens. After all, she is not our property. But the kingdom's according to law, which states that the king is the rightful owner of ownerless slaves unless a family member inherits the slave's contract soon after the death of the previous master. I could solve the issue by spending 10 unassigned skill points to unlock the slave contract spell once I level up my slave master class enough, but that price is very steep. I have many other stuff I would rather unlock in its stead for the time being, especially once I finally get a magic class and have a myriad of unlockable spells. Therefore I draw up another scheme instead. Listen, ladies. Here's my plan. Once I finish the debriefing, they exchange a glance between each other before Iam speaks up with a sinister grin on her face. That could work. Sometimes going the illegal route doesn't sound so bad after all. Blossom simply nods her head, accepting my proposal. All right, Blossom. Once you've regained your strength, I would like you to report back to Aldoria. Tell them that Quinlan and his partner cleared the goblins together with you, but don't mention Iam's name. I wish to keep it a secret for the time being. Once you are gone, we will loot the most valuable items from the battlefield as well as the encampment treasury, and we will also tend to the captives. We will enact the previously discussed plan in a few days. Naturally, you must not mention that we are about to take the riches for ourselves. I don't want some fat noble or something titling me a thief and arguing against my ownership over the items. She replies positively and stands, evidently ready for the journey. Even if she rushes at full speed, we will have hours to do everything we wish before the authorities arrive at the scene. So we are not in a hurry. Once she disappears from our sight, we refocus our attention to the task at hand. I am very eager to find out what riches this monster tribe has amassed through their numerous raids on merchant caravans and human settlements. I glance at Iam and see that she is very stressed about something. I quickly realize that she is dreading the moment when we find the captive women. Both their physical and mental states must be a very disturbing sight to a kind girl like her. With my devious plan in place, greenskin treasures ready to be unearthed, and horribly tortured women waiting to be freed, my schedule is brimming with purpose, and I haven't even had enough time to assess all the XP and levels I've gained recently. I'm beyond excited to discover what the future has in store for me. Author. After 44 chapters and 48k words, the novel has reached the end of its free-to-read state. I thank all of my readers who've spent their time getting this far into my tale, and I'm especially grateful for those of you who are willing to support me and the novel's continuation by unlocking the premium chapters. If you've enjoyed the novel thus far, I would greatly appreciate it if you could review it.
可以录2分钟，马上还有10秒。 你录2分钟，
还有
马上还有10秒。